cigarettes, curling smoke in his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No soundbites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is August 3rd. It is currently 2:32, right on the dot. We're right on time, and I'm happy to have you in the audience joining us today. There's a lot of things we want to talk about. Some of them may seem a little silly on the surface, like Sydney Sweeney's controversy right now, and some of them are far more serious. There is some breaking news about Thailand and Cambodia. For those in my audience, in the international audience, those who are going trips into Southeast Asia, you may be very much interested in this, and please do pay attention to that. Of course, it also affects Donald Trump and the United States, as we are involved in that process. I'll explain more in just a moment in the breaking news section. But in addition to that, there's just so much that's happening within the United States. All of it has been overshadowed, quite honestly. Everything has been overshadowed by one simple thing: Sydney Sweeney. Blue jeans. That's what we're talking about right now. I'm going to talk about other things, but that's the big thing right now. I'm amazed. I am amazed. And I know there's about almost 30,000 new people who are watching the channel potentially today because of our coverage from last week that went out as a short. I say to each and every one of you, thank you. You're welcome to thank you. I appreciate each and every one of you. And I want you to be part of this process. What we do here is I take your questions, your answers, your thoughts about the issues that matter, because we believe in the First Amendment. We talk about this because you have the right inherently by birth to be able to speak about the issues that affect all of us. And that's true not just for Americans, but for everyone around the world. And so you can reach out on YouTube, on Rumble, on X, on all the social media, and to leave your comments in the chat to speak to us about what you think is important and where you stand on the issues. Whether it agrees with me or not is not important. As long as it's respectful, we want to hear your voices. And we do long-form political commentary. Even though the internet overlords may not like it, even though your government may or may not like it, we will have these conversations with you. So with that said, just so that the new people, the tens of thousands who have seen the shorts over the last couple of days, I'm truly amazed. So many people didn't know about a good guy with a gun. literally, it would seem tens of thousands were not aware of these stories, did not know about Derek Perry, the hero that we highlighted last week. I am really impressed by that. But for those who are new, I want you to understand we normally start off with breaking news, going into international news after that. Normally, we take a break for a little while after that, where I'll play some older content that I have, me doing an interview, a speech, some subject that may be of relevance, and then we come back and deal with the domestic issues. For the most part, that's how we deal with it. Of course, at any time, I will take your comments. I will take your chats. If you super chat, if you rumble rant, of course, that will go to the top of the list. We'll answer that as soon as we see it. If for any reason I don't, let me know. I will address every super chat, every rumble rant, and I will answer every question that you, the audience, provide to me. Okay, with that all said, got to cover all the bases. Got to let you know. I mean, no one's going to, YouTube is actively trying to shut you down. They don't want you to know these things. As we discussed last week, as of the 13th of August, YouTube will be kicking adults off of adult content. When I say adult, I mean news and politics and political commentary. Many of the movie reviews, they're going to be kicking you out because they don't want you to have a conversation. They want you to obey. They want you to read the headline and obey whatever you are told. We want you to be an adult. We want to hear what you think because we respect you. We respect that you are an intelligent individual and you can make up your own mind on any of the issues. Yes, I'm a Republican. You may or may not be, and that's perfectly fine. I'm happy with that. So with that said, let me jump into, well, Sydney Sweeney obviously is the big thing everyone's been talking about lately. And I just want to, I'm going to play something for a couple seconds. Hopefully I won't get a copyright hit. I probably will. But I wanted to play something here. Let me see. So that was me being a little cheeky. Yeah, that's the Sydney Sweeney. She knows what boys like. She knows what boys want. That's from 1982. And I remember this song because it was a good summer, 1982. I had a great time then. And I remember that song being on the radio long before there were music videos, long before there was, or actually that was when MTV just about first came out and they were only doing videos. So I remember that. But I thought I'd bring that up because it was kind of cute. Yeah. Sydney Sweeney, she knows what boys want and what boys like. And obviously the feminists don't. Before we get to Sydney Sweeney, let's talk about, and that was my attempt at being humorous. I'm not very good at it. Hey, I'm one guy. I'm handling something that, news stations, they have tens of thousands of people. I have one guy and I'm trying to do it all. I'm not known for my comedic takes. So bear with me, my day job's not a comedian. So, hey, Mike Bowie. Yes, The Waitresses. That's correct. That is the song from The Waitresses. I know what boys want or boys like. And that's Sydney Sweeney. I mean, and I'll probably play that again later. But let's start on the international news because before we get to Sydney Sweeney, because there is some developing news on that, and I do want to discuss that. But I think it's important that we talk about what's happening in Cambodia right now. Again, this is breaking news that is coming out, and I think it's rather important because if you are traveling overseas, if you know someone who is traveling overseas, whether for pleasure or for business, it doesn't matter. If they're an American citizen or anyone in the world who is traveling, you're in Southeast Asia, I want you to be aware that within 24 hours of right now, it is potentially possible that there will be the war that had started in Cambodia and Thailand. It was small scale. It was about 5 days in before a ceasefire came about. it may reignite within the next 24 hours. According to news that is coming out at this time, and there aren't a lot of news media that are covering this, most of the international news don't care. Most and absolutely none of the American news media care about this. I do. I have an international audience. I know people, some people in my audience do travel to Southeast Asia and around the world. Some of them are in those countries already. So I cover this, and I've been covering for about 2 months now what's been on and off, what's been happening in Thailand and Cambodia. They're fighting over a very, very small strip of land. That's what this is all about. Who owns the borderlands? Is the border on this side or on that side? That is presumptively the biggest argument. It gets a little more difficult because the governments don't like each other, trade deals with the United States. There's more to it. But ostensibly, the argument is, where's the border? Who controls this piece of land on the border? And that's why they're fighting. And it is true that due to Donald Trump, just a few days ago, this is true. Let me make sure you see this. So the news came out on the 31st, 4 days ago. 4 days ago, Donald Trump was critically and deeply involved in ending what was a growing conflict. This is exactly like what we saw in India and Pakistan. The nations were building up, they were ramping up their combat. It was getting worse and worse. Unlike India and Pakistan, Thailand and Cambodia don't have nuclear weapons. So that's a good thing. But fighting in that region would spill over to other countries like Laos. It would have an impact on the Koreas. It would have an impact on China, Taiwan, the Philippines, Japan. Economically, it would impact all of Southeast Asia. And eventually, that would have some small impact on the United States. It would also affect many of these countries are starving because there has been a global food crisis since 2022. There's 30% less food in the world than in 2019. That is a fact. That has not been resolved. The news media doesn't talk about it. I do. And this is something that is real and it is consistent. And yes, it is because of what happened with Ukraine and Russia and that conflict. And as long as that conflict continues to go on, we will continue to see 30%, if not more. Some estimates have it as high as 45% less food in the world. If you combine that global food shortage and add into that conflicts in Southeast Asia, which could affect the Red Sea, the Chinese South Sea, then you could see even more starvation and hunger in the world, and you could see this conflict spill over to other nations. It won't start World War III. No. Very few things possibly could. What it most likely would do is that there would be a regional war. Depending on how deeply this got, you could see refugees would be coming to the United States. They would be going to Europe, maybe to Japan and Korea, unlikely to be going to China. They're mostly going to be going to Europe, and some of them will come to the United States as refugees. And since the United States already has a difficult situation with refugees and asylum seekers and those who are falsely seeking asylum already, and the United States is already overburdened, that's a fact, this could be something that could have a direct impact in the United States if the conflict were to kick up. So again, Donald Trump is directly involved here because, as we can see, as the conversation was 4 days ago, neither country, Cambodia and Thailand, they weren't listening to anyone. They did not want to speak to anyone, even though China and Malaysia were trying to calm these nations down. Donald Trump called both world leaders, just like with India and Pakistan. They didn't want to listen to Russia or to the United Kingdom, but Donald Trump called both world leaders, and then that got them to the ceasefire stage, and it held. Now, many people had questions about that with India and Pakistan. Many people are having questions about that in Cambodia and Thailand, mostly because they don't want to give credit to Donald Trump, because this is bolstering his ability to get a Nobel Peace Prize. And they don't want to say, well, Donald Trump has been more effective at creating peace in the world than Obama or Biden combined. You can add Barack Obama and Joe Biden together, and in their presidencies, they didn't encourage as much peace and as many ceasefires as Donald Trump has done in the first 6 months of his presidency, his 47th presidency. That's just a fact. So if Obama gets a Nobel Peace Prize for the potential to end wars, and he winds up drone striking American citizens who have not been convicted of a crime in Yemen, then Donald Trump definitely deserves a Nobel Peace Prize for the 6, almost 7 attempts and 3, almost 4 successes at creating peace in the world and nations that are fighting. It's just that simple. You may not like Orange Man bad. You have to like what he has done in terms of stability and peace in the world. If I'm wrong, if you disagree with me, tell me why. If you don't think that's important, tell me why. But even Reuters, all international news media are admitting Donald Trump is the reason why there's any kind of ceasefire. But that may not last. Cambodia is again saying Thailand may attack. And they're citing intelligence sources saying that there is the Thai government is telling people to leave the border region, that they have to be out by midnight. There is expected to be an offensive shortly thereafter. We will see. This is a serious issue. The preparation of the attack is a violation of Cambodian territorial integrity. Ahead of the meeting, it is a serious breach of the ceasefire agreement mutually agreed upon by both countries on July 28th, and which was witnessed by Malaysia, the United States, and China. So we shall see. So I did want you to know about that, because there is no U.S.-based news media that's talking about this. No one else will tell you about this. They'll let you go over, if you have to go on a business trip overseas for whatever reason, you're going on vacation, you're traveling through the region, the American government, or the American news media, they'll let you just figure it out on your own. I'm going to tell you, always carry your passport, know where the American embassy is in every country that you go to, have 2 or 3 different paths to get to that American embassy. Know what your routes are so you can get there. Also, be aware of how to get to the British embassy, because they are the only ally of the United States. If American embassies are blocked off, you might be able to get into the British embassy because they are such a close ally of the United States. Not a guarantee, but if you have no other choice, that's what you want to do. I am speaking from experience. I have been in the middle of a coup. I have had to make the plans to get to the American embassy. I've had to make plans to figure out, if I can't leave with the Americans, can I go with the British or the Irish or the Australians? Can I get to their embassies? Will they take me with them? And I had those plans in place because I was in Moscow in the 90s, and I was there when the coup attempt happened. I was there when Moscow was locked down. I was living there, not a vacation. I was living there. So yeah, I think this is important. Again, other people may not care. I do. By the way, I should say, hey, Mike, the first comment today came from Mike Bowie, who recognized the song, The Waitresses, that we started off with. And congratulations for being the first one to leave a comment. You too can leave a comment on YouTube, on Rumble, on Facebook, on Twitter, or any other platform that we happen to be on. I look forward to it. If you Rumble Rant or Super Chat, it'll go to the top. By the way, if you appreciate that I am doing breaking news announcements, talking about wars and how to protect yourself and making sure that you are informed, then please give me a like, a share, subscribe. That's all you need to do. It's nothing else is required. It costs nothing to do that, but it makes a big difference in my life. It does make a difference to the channel. So we would appreciate that. And my camera is acting up already today. Last 2 weeks, my camera has been going ballistic. It shouldn't be. Where, temperature's way lower and humidity is way down versus last 2 weeks, but it's acting up all the same. All right. Anyway, let me move forward. So, additional. Mike Bowie says he also. There is a poll in the YouTube chat. I do encourage people to take a moment to vote whatever they think in that poll. Thank you for that, Mike. I'll go over the poll a little bit later, though, when we talk about Sydney Sweeney. So I did also want to talk about some additional international news. There wasn't a lot of international news this week. And I say that in terms of what Americans care about, where America is directly involved. There wasn't a whole lot going on. But one of the things that the world has been very interested in is that Hamas has rejected yet another peace deal. They have rejected yet another ceasefire attempt. We're about 2 years in, and Hamas is the reason why there's such a problem. And no one wants to say this in the news media. Everyone dances on their tippy toes around the fact. And right now, the BBC is announcing, this was in the last 24 hours, Hamas has refused to disarm until Palestinian state is established. Here's the thing. Hamas wants the Palestinian people to die. The rest of the Arab nations don't care. This is the truth. This is the bald-faced absolute fact. And I know there's a lot of people over at Harvard and Columbia and a lot of colleges that are trying to say, no, you don't understand. Israel is the bad guy. Ultimately, in this conflict, no matter what else you want to argue about, we can definitely have that argument back and forth, the fact is, ultimately, the main bad person right now in the Hamas-Israel conflict is Hamas. Hamas could have stopped the starvation. People are talking about, oh my God, there's so many, the Palestinians, 170 Palestinians have starved to death. And there's like 30 of them have been children. Hamas did that, not Israel. Because Hamas could end this. They could end it tomorrow. And you can blame, but Israel isn't allowing all the humanitarian aid in, and airdrops aren't sufficient. And if Israel would just stop, then, there'd be humanitarian aid in. It's real simple. For almost 2 years now, there has been, for more than a year and a half, 18 months, the answer to all of the problems for Gaza has been before Hamas for 18 months. It's real simple. Give back the hostages. That's it. It's that simple. That is the one term, the one condition that has absolutely been mandatory throughout the entire 18 months since October of 2022, October 7th of 2023. The same condition has been asked by every nation in the world and Israel. Give back the hostages. It is an agreement around the world that if Hamas gives back the hostages, there will be a ceasefire. The United States, European Union, England, United Kingdom, the Middle East, India, Pakistan, China, every country in the world has backed up the fact that if Hamas gives back the hostages, it ends. Period. All the international, every country in the world will put pressure on Israel, and Israel has agreed multiple times. All the hostages come back, they stop fighting. It's that simple. And in every single case, over 25 times, Hamas has said no, including just yesterday. Hamas refuses to give back the hostages. And they know, as a consequence of not giving back the hostages, Palestinian people are starving. Some innocent Palestinians are dying. There is a war. And the infrastructure of Gaza is being destroyed. They know this. They knew it was going to happen in October of 2023, and they have seen it happen consistently since that time. None of this is a surprise. All of this is to be expected, and it was expected. It is exactly what Hamas knew was going to happen. Exactly what Iran and the Middle East and every country in the world knew this was going to happen. And they have continued to do this. The people in Gaza could be fed tomorrow. Humanitarian aid could come into Gaza tomorrow. All Hamas has to do is give back the hostages, and they keep refusing. You want to blame someone? You blame Hamas, the international terrorist organization. They are the root of the problem. And that is the root. If Hamas were to give back the hostages and Israel, for whatever reason, didn't have a ceasefire, they didn't allow humanitarian aid in, I'd have no problem saying Israel were the bad guys. I'd be right there with you, demanding and putting my pressure along with all the international pressure on Israel, saying, no, you got the terms you wanted. This is the number one thing that has been requested. You have to capitulate. I'd be right there. That's not the case. Hamas refuses. Hamas doesn't care about the Gazan people. They don't care about Palestinians. This isn't about the Palestinian people. It's about power. And it's also about genocide. That is the truth. And the rest of the mainstream news media and the colleges want to dance around that. And it doesn't matter if you don't like the conflict. And I have many friends who are on the left or left-leaning or just are in this conflict, are on the side of the Palestinian people. They're pro-Hamas for whatever reason, and that's fine. They want to see war end. Put the pressure on Hamas, because as I'm showing you, Hamas refuses. Now they're adding a new condition. Not only will they not give up their hostages, now Hamas is saying that they want a country. They want independence. They want a reward. This makes no sense to me. Hamas does not deserve a reward. You do not reward terrorism with victory. That would be the worst thing that could possibly happen. Besides the fact that you cannot have a two-state solution when one of those states has a government, Hamas, that are known and internationally recognized terrorists who have declared verbally and in writing for decades that their only goal to their existence is to genocide their neighbor, which is what Hamas has done. This is part of their charter. It is their mission statement. It is in every one of their communications with the world. They want to genocide Israel. And now they want a reward to make their city, Gaza, a state. They want independence, which would give them more money, more weapons, more capabilities to continue to fight a war to try and genocide their neighbor. What That's insane. Now, I think this is horrendous. This is horrendous news. And Mike Bowie mentions, and he's correct, the cover story on the New York Post is Hamas video of a starving Jewish hostage digging his own grave. I know. And I know it's unpopular. And I know I may lose viewers, I may lose subscribers, because I'm willing to stand here and tell you what is the objective truth. And again, you don't have to like Israel. You don't have to agree with Israel. Hamas does not deserve to be rewarded. In fact, and here's the thing, this is coming from the BBC. They quote and they state that in the past few days, Arab governments, the Middle East, have urged Hamas to disarm and surrender the control of Gaza after a number of Western nations, including France and Canada, which are about as left-leaning as you get until you get to China, announced plans to recognize the Palestinian state. UK said that they would do it if Israel didn't meet certain conditions in September. Hamas, which is a terror group, said it could not yield its right to resistance and its weapons unless an independent, fully sovereign Palestinian state has Jerusalem as its capital. This is a no-go. Israel will not give up Jerusalem, and Hamas knows it. That is a holy site that is holy for the Jews and Christians and Muslims alike. Israel is not giving up the city of Jerusalem to the Palestinian government. No, not going to happen. Never going to happen. In fact, I don't think I know for a fact, none of the Arab nations want the Palestinians in control of Jerusalem, let alone the Jewish people or the Christian people. That's just a fact. And so they know they're asking for a reward that they cannot get because they want to continue to fight. This is the reality. And no one wants to say the unpleasant thing, I will. The unpleasant thing is this is never going to end. You cannot have a two-state solution. You cannot have that when your neighbor is trying to genocide you. It will not work. It cannot work. And it will never end. And as long as Hamas exists, the terrorist organization Hamas is in charge, this is never going to end. The opportunity is there. And Hamas knows that they could save countless hundreds, thousands of lives from starvation tomorrow if they truly wanted to. They could end this conflict tomorrow if they truly cared about the people. They would be heroes in the Middle East. They would be lauded as heroes and throughout the entire Middle East and amongst the Palestinian people if they gave back the hostages because they sought peace to protect their people. They don't. They don't care. They're not heroes. As much as the left wants to portray them as that, as much as you're hearing from the education system in the United States, the indoctrination system in the United States, as much as people have big hearts, many Americans just want to see an end to war. I get it. That's not what Hamas is looking to do. It's just never going to happen. And I know I've pissed off some people, and I may have lost viewers. It's the truth. The truth isn't based on feelings. The truth doesn't make you feel good every time. The truth is just the truth. If you disagree with my opinion, I'm happy to hear why. Tell me how Hamas isn't perfectly happy with killing their own people and have been for nearly 2 years. Because all evidence, all the empirical evidence says they're perfectly fine with it because they have always had an absolute guarantee and a way out. They could, at any point in the almost 2 years now, 18 months that this has been going on, they could end it At any point, within 24 hours, they can end this. And they've had that opportunity. And they don't care. That's just a fact. That's just a reality. Some people will be mad at me for telling you the truth. I don't know. But that's what's going on. The latest thing going on with Hamas and Israel. And quite honestly, once we got all the American living hostages out of there, I don't think the United States has anything really to do with it directly. Yeah, we back up Israel. That is our ally. Absolutely. But beyond that, this is a problem that Hamas has to work out for itself. That's it. And as long as no other country, Iran, doesn't jump in there, try to do something stupid, as long as it's isolated to Hamas and Israel, the United States doesn't need to be involved anymore. We got all of our living hostages back. And Hamas still should be punished for killing 17 out of 22 Americans that they tortured on a daily basis. I have never forgotten that. I will never forget that. The mainstream news media wants you to forget it. I will not. They killed through torture and an abuse, sexual abuse, 17 out of 22 Americans. That's what Hamas did. They're no friend of the United States. They're no friend of the world. They live up to their terrorist moniker. Others may not agree. That's okay. I can live with it. I'll move on to other international news, which will come into the United States as well. The tariff. This week, Donald Trump secured a huge, actually it was last week, Sunday, but this week it got more formalized, that the United States will have a tariff deal with the European Union. This is good for the U.S. economy. And as much as we have heard people promise and predict and promise doom, gloom, and the end of the United States economy because of Trump's tariff deals, and I understand the Trump administration has communicated very poorly about the tariffs. It's been a staggered start and stop process since March. It has been very confusing for a lot of people who don't follow politics, who don't follow economics. I get that. And every left-leaning source has, of course, used every one of these starts, these stops. They have told you every single time, this means that America is going to go into a recession, if not a depression, and you're going to lose everything. And they have tried to convince people to sell everything they own through fear in the stock market, which is unfounded, which is a dumb thing to do. If I can say one thing about financial advice going forward for those who are in the markets, obviously you can talk to your own financial advisor and get more specific individual information and advice directly. But as a general rule, from a former stockbroker, I believe the same mentality, the same objective viewpoint should be held as right after the 9/11 attack. When I spoke to my clients after the week after 9/11 and the market was going to reopen, many of my clients were saying, but Mike, we have to sell. We've got to sell everything. I mean, America got attacked. It's going to be World War III. Who knows what's going to happen? And they were panicking because the news media were telling them doom, gloom, everything's bad. America's just going to be hit by terrorist after terrorist. Everyone's going to die. It's all over. Sell everything. That's what the news media was saying. And I had to step back from that emotion. And I live in New York. I lived in New York City then. My family's been here for 50 years. We were ground zero on all of this. And I had to step back from that emotional moment and say, but wait a minute. Do you believe America will exist in 5 years? Because I do. And if America will exist in 5 years, that means the stock market will exist in 5 years. And if America exists, and America is the key economic driver in the world, then the stock market will exist and your stocks will be fine. And the stocks that many of my clients had were essential items. They're mature businesses. They weren't high risk, high end kind of, Bitcoin kinds of things. They were real solid businesses with real solid assets. And I said, if you think America is going to be here in 5 years, then we don't sell, we buy. The fact that everyone's panicking doesn't mean you panic too. Again, if the lemmings are jumping off of a cliff, do you join them? No. As your mom, or at least my mom, used to say, if your friends jump off a bridge, you're going to jump off too? But that's the mentality we have right now surrounding the EU, the tariffs. Trump is jumping off a cliff with the American economy. No, he's not. And in fact, if you look at this and you understand tariffs, at the end of the day, a tariff is meant to stimulate the American economy. The tariffs are meant to build small business in America, to create more manufacturing in America than what we have right now. That is the goal. Whether or not it's a perfect goal, whether or not it will happen, that is a separate thing. But that is the goal. So long term, the tariffs are meant to convince the American people to buy American, to buy less stuff overseas, and to build things in America that we can sell and compete with overseas better than we are doing right now. And Trump is making that happen. That is a good thing. That is good for America. And Europe, well, they want our money. They've always wanted our money. They need the American economy. They need American buyers. So they made the deal. Even Germany, I know some of my friends have questioned this and said, Mike, but the deal's not done yet. Trump hasn't won. You're counting the chickens before they hatch from the eggs. The fact is, Germany will tell you, and the German finance minister, Lars Klingbeil, said, I would have wished for a different outcome. Still, all in all, it is good that there is an agreement with the U.S. that there are no further escalations. They may not like the deal, but they need the deal. They need to work with America. They can't survive without us. They can't survive with 50 and 60 and 70% tariffs. They can't. They need the American buyer. We, America, have the advantage. And Germany, the biggest voice in the EU financially, is, while they're not happy, they will capitulate. They will go forward. England is going to go forward. They've made the trade deal already. So if England's going to do it, Germany is not going to say no. They need this. And it's not the worst deal they had. Yes, the tariffs would increase from 4.8%, let's round it off, 5% to 15%. It's an increase of 10%. It's not huge, but it is enough. It will make an impact. It will help America, help the American economy, short term and long term. I think this is a win-win. But most people are going to tell you, but if you look at the news media all week long, they've been telling you America is going into a recession. It's economic doom and gloom. You can't trust Donald Trump. This is all Wild West, and it's all over. Sell everything. And I will tell you, if you believe America will exist in 5 years, that is the dumbest thing you can do. That's just my opinion. You can speak to your economic advisor, your whomever. They may give you different advice, but as a former stockbroker, someone who follows this, no, I think 5 years you're fine. I definitely would not advise mass selling. But, again, anyone in the comments, if you think I'm wrong, if you think I misunderstand, if you think that the evidence points to somewhere different than I'm explaining, go ahead, tell me why. I'm happy to hear that. But I've heard lots of doom and gloom from everyone from Bill Maher to Paul Krugman, and they have been wrong about the economy consistently. Everything that they have, you've had people like Bill Maher who has begged for a recession because he doesn't like Orange Man bad. He literally has begged. He's gone publicly, come out and said, Me Too isn't as important as Trump losing an election. He has come out and said publicly, quoted multiple times, saying that he wants to see a recession. He wants people in the middle class to lose their jobs, to lose their homes, so that they will feel bad about Trump and they will not vote Republican. That is his goal. He has said it multiple times. And now, most recently, he has just now said, I was wrong about the tariffs. He just recently said that. The tariffs aren't the horror story that I promised his audience, that he told his audiences it absolutely would be, because he's an economic genius and he's wrong. He was wrong in the past. He's wrong now. And he doesn't care about you. This is about politics for him. This is about his political ideology. And he's a multimillionaire. He doesn't care. Paul Krugman has been wrong consistently under Obama, under Trump, under Biden, under Trump. Again, Paul Krugman has consistently been wrong, pushing an ideology rather than economics, and people still listen to him. I don't get it. Man makes 6 figures minimum, and he's wrong consistently. I don't get it. I do not get it. Look, you may not like Donald Trump, and I don't care, because it's not about like. I don't care if you like him or dislike him. It's meaningless. The deal in the United States deal with the European Union isn't based on whether or not any of the world leaders like Donald Trump or not. And it's not a factor. It has nothing to do with it. No one cares. No one cares. Whether they get to have a beer or wine or nothing with Trump doesn't matter. No one cares. Because it's about the deal. It's about, is this an efficient, effective deal? That's what politics, at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Is it efficient? Is it effective? You don't like Trump. Fantastic. Doesn't matter. It's absolutely immaterial. If your main thing is your feeling, you have wasted your time, because feelings don't matter. And I know I have my friends like Larry Sharp, who's a libertarian, and I believe my friend Kit Cabello, who's leftist, and they'll tell you on their programs and directly to me in my face, publicly and privately, Mike, but feelings matter. No, they don't. Feelings do affect elections. Feelings do affect money. But feelings are always wrong, because it's manipulation. It's just a way to manipulate someone. They're not effective. They're not efficient. This is the way you get abused. This is the way you get taken advantage of consistently. Again, if you think I'm wrong, I'm more than happy to hear your comments in the chat, and I will respond to it. But I, again, will ask you to like, share, and subscribe, just because I'm being honest with you in a way that no one else will. All other political pundits, all the other political commentators are afraid to say things that they think you might not like. They're constantly dancing around words. They're dancing around ideas that the public, their audience, may not like, because, well, I could lose my audience. But that's not doing the job. The job is to talk to you about things that are uncomfortable, to talk to you about the reality, the truth. I've heard so many times that I know so many members of the press. I am a member of the press. And I've heard so many times from other members of the press, and they say, well, we have to be balanced. We have to get the other side of the story. No, you don't. That's one of the biggest lies that has been told to the American people in the world. You don't need the other side. You need truth. It isn't about one side or the other side. It's about the truth. Here's the empirical fact. Whether you like that fact or not, that's on you. You can feel whatever you want to feel. But the truth still remains the truth. Is the U.S. economy doing well? That is an empirical fact or not. It's an empirical fact. Either it is or it is not. How you feel about that, meaningless. You can have whatever feeling you want about it. But it is a fact. It is either doing well or it is not doing well. That's it. But they want you to feel. Why? Because then if you're feeling bad about the economy, now they can use that emotion to manipulate you to vote a certain way because you're not thinking anymore. Now you're just feeling. I don't like you because you made the economy bad. Okay, well, I promise I'll make it better. Yeah, but you've lied consistently. Doesn't matter. I'll make it better. Well, okay, you know what? I'll vote for you. Why? Because I'm mad at that other person. But it's because you're looking at it the wrong way. Because you're looking short term. You didn't actually sit back and go, yeah, it's uncomfortable, but this is temporary. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's the way I look at these things. I don't know. And again, I'm happy to hear from everyone in the audience. You can tell me, Mike, but you just don't understand. Okay, tell me how I don't understand. Explain it to me. Explain it to me. Should I go into Sydney Sweeney? Should we talk about Sydney Sweeney now? Hang on a second. I'm typing this out. I mean, everyone's been talking about it. Everybody and their brother and sister have been talking about Sydney Sweeney, Sydney Sweeney. I mean, it's the top of the news. Domestic news has basically all fixated on just one thing, Sydney Sweeney. That's it. That's all American news right now. That's it. That image. That is the story. Sydney Sweeney. I guess I'll talk about it because there's other things to talk about today. There's shootings in New York, and I don't mean the Midtown Manhattan shooting and the mass shooting for the NFL. Not that. There were other shootings in New York, proving once again gun control doesn't work. And we'll talk a little bit about that in just a moment. There are politicians who have been set on fire. Set on fire. We should be talking about that. We're not. We're not going to have that conversation because the American people don't care. They want to tell you that, Trump is an authoritarian because he's going to build an extension to the White House, which he has offered in the past. This isn't new. And oh my God, it means Trump is taking over America. Really? Are you sure about that? We'll have that conversation. But let me start with Sydney Sweeney. So I think everyone knows at this point, Sydney Sweeney looks good in jeans. Sydney Sweeney has good genes. It's that simple. Sydney Sweeney has good genes. And somehow, an ad of a woman in not particularly tight jeans. They're not. They're loose fitting. And not particularly, matter of fact, I think I have an image of this. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I think I have an image of it. Yep. Those aren't what I would call tight-fitting jeans. This isn't body-hugging, skin-tight clothing. Okay? So it's not like, oh my God, they're taking advantage of her body. I mean, what? You can see her stomach, and her breasts aren't sticking out all over the place. I mean, even here, even with this image, no. She's not like half naked. This isn't like the Calvin Klein ads back in the 80s, which were far more sexual. And the jeans were far tighter and skin tight. And Brooke Shields at the time was underage. There was a scandal to be had at the time. But now we're having this scandal about Sydney Sweeney. And I'm saying to myself, why? Why is there a scandal? So, for those who don't know the story, and Mike Bowie says he's not aware, because it is now political. Sydney Sweeney this week came out with an ad campaign with American Eagle jeans. Okay. So again, this is about a jeans ad. The jeans she's wearing in this image, as you can see, that is American Eagle jeans. Loose fitting, oversized jeans. But Sydney Sweeney looks good in them, as you can see. She makes them work. Okay. Because Sydney Sweeney is a good-looking woman. Fair enough. And in the ad, Sydney Sweeney says, I have good genes. She has blue eyes and she has good genes. And she's a white woman. Now, she doesn't say, I'm a white woman, I have blue eyes, blonde hair, I have good genes. No, she just says, I have blue eyes, I have good genes. Meaning both, it's a double entendre. So she's using a word for two different meanings. Same word, two different meanings. Well, it's not the same word, but verbally it sounds like the same word. So she's talking about she has good genetics and that she has good clothing. She looks good and she looks good in the clothing. So she has good genes, denim jeans. She has good genes, genetic genes. Okay, simple enough. That's the whole ad. That's the whole concept of the ad. She has good genes. Whether it's blue genes or genetics doesn't matter. She's got good. And the answer to both are yes. That's the answer. The answer to does Sydney Sweeney have good genes? Whether you're talking about denim jeans or you're talking about her genetics, the answer is yes. Full stop, done. This story should be over. But on TikTok, and therefore Instagram, and then everywhere else in the social media, for most of this week, from Wednesday on, the entire internet has been talking about nothing but, is Sydney Sweeney a eugenicist? Is she a fascist? She is a white supremacist. And I know, Mike Bowie, you may be surprised by this, because I was when I first heard about it. And I didn't hear about it right away. But I was like, are you kidding me? Or are you kidding me? Because they are now, the left, and this is only from the left, they are losing their mind because Sydney Sweeney dared to say that she is an attractive woman, and that is both genetic and because of her clothing choices. Mind you, these are the same people. Let's put this in reference here. The same leftists that scream and march and say their body, a woman's body, it's her choice. Sydney Sweeney, a woman, definitively a woman, is using her body with clothing to make money. And they're pissed off. And they're saying she can't do that. And they're trying to demean her and destroy her character because she's making money. Because they don't like it. Because every ad should have someone who is fat, ugly, and or trans. That's according to the left, to the same people who support Dylan Mulvaney with the Coors Light, the same people who want to, what's the word I'm looking for? affirm the surgeries of children, the same people who say you don't have a choice in your life, that their ideology is more important than your life choices. These are the people who are saying, oh, but you don't, but Sydney Sweeney is a bad person. Grace is with us. Hello, Grace. Thank you for the comment. Grace says, hey, been driving to volunteer at my animal shelter. Well, thank you for doing that. Always nice to hear about people volunteering for things that matter. Just jumping in here, but heard Sydney Sweeney is, see, you're stealing my thunder here, Grace. Mike said he didn't know what the story was. I was building up to the fact that she's a Republican. Yes, she is. Apparently. So they hate, you're right, Grace. So they hate Sydney Sweeney because she's attractive. And she's not embarrassed. She's not upset. She's not apologizing because she looks good. And she shouldn't. Just like I do not apologize for looking good. And you may say, well, Mike, you're not that stunning and handsome. Get to be 57. Try to look as good as me. I dare you. As a man, to be as fit as I am, to look as good as I do at 57, I dare you. I'm more fit and better looking than many guys in their 30s. So there you go. And I'm not ashamed of that. I'm not upset with that. And I'm never going to apologize. I have great genetics. I can eat anything that I want. I have zero allergies. I take zero medication. I'm 57. The doctors are desperate to get me hooked onto some kind of medication to make money for pharmaceutical companies. I don't eat whole, those organic foods. I don't waste my money on that crap. I don't do all the diets that they're trying to get people into, all those fats. I don't do any of that crap. I eat what I want. I eat the amount that I want. And I don't take medications for anything. I barely take aspirin. Barely. That's it. And I'm doing fantastic. That's called great genetics. Yes, I have good genes. Really, really good genes. Does that make me a fascist? Does that make me a black or Hispanic supremacist? Does that mean anything about my politics? No. It is a fact. It is also a fact for her. Let's see. Demore? Is that how it's pronounced? Demore W says, oh God, here we go. Well, yeah, here we go. You're right, Demore. Because this is national news. I didn't make it national news. I wasn't the one pushing this. It's on CNN right now. It is on MSNBC. The mainstream news media is talking about this because the internet is talking about this, because the left is talking about this, saying that she has to be a bad person. She has to be a fascist because she dares to say, I look good. And it's genetic. And I don't see the problem with that. I don't see why it's a problem. But they hate her for this. I mean, I'm not the only one who's noticed this. And just like Grace was bringing up before, we saw this last night. The news came out. And it was, for me, the first one to make me aware of this was Clownfish TV. And they deserve the credit for it because they're the ones who let me know about this. But they're not the only ones. Because, again, this is mainstream news. The Guardian newspaper came out with an article today. This is the Guardian. And they said, Sydney Sweeney's a Republican. Oh my God, now it makes sense. Sydney Sweeney is a Republican, which means she must be a fascist. She has to be MAGA and America first. And that means she's every ist and phobe you have ever heard of. She's got to be a white supremacist, and she's got to be a fascist. She's got to be against trans. She's got to be every ist, phobe, and negative thing you could possibly imagine because she's voted Republican. Really? Is this where we are in America at this point? That just because you look good and you're not embarrassed by that, because you're not into the whole body positivity dumb crap, and you're not pushing all that stupidity because you have a life. You're young, she's young, she looks good. What's the problem? What's the problem? So yeah, the more I agree with you. Why are we going through this? This is silly, but we are, because the mainstream media is making us go through this. And they're saying, well, see, this is the proof for the left that she must be white supremacist, that this must be evil, that American Eagle, a jeans company that sells jeans to everyone, they don't ask you what's your politics before you buy. They don't ask you to show your voter registration card before you buy their jeans. They don't care. They just want you to buy their jeans. They don't care about how much you weigh. They don't care what you look like. They don't care who you date. They just want money. They want blue jeans. And if getting this woman to wear her stuff makes you buy their jeans, they're happy. They don't care. And they are very happy right now. She has made them. This ad campaign increased the value of the American Eagle company by $300 million and counting. Good for her, good for the American Eagle company. It's great for them. Why? Why is it good? Why wouldn't it be? They've got a successful ad. She's a good model. I'm glad she's making money. Aren't we supposed to be all into the feminism? Shouldn't we be happy that she can use her body without going into pornography, without being censored, and she's using her body and her abilities, her innate, inherent abilities to make as much money as she possibly can. And she's young. Why would anyone be upset about that? Apparently the left is. Apparently the left is losing their mind. The revelation that Sydney Sweeney might have a political affiliation and that it might not be leftist, it's a revelation. Why is it a revelation? Women are not mandated to be leftists, just like black people aren't mandated to vote Democrat. This isn't a requirement. This isn't a written rule or an unwritten rule. You can be anything you want. She's an American. She could be a libertarian for all I know. And for all I care. She could be part of the Green Party. She could be part of any of the third party groups. Would anyone care? Why does it matter? She's not running around screaming at a protest saying, arrest me, arrest me. She's not Mark Ruffalo. Which, by the way, Mark Ruffalo, I don't like his politics. I don't like him. I don't like him because of his politics. And his acting, I'm less likely to see a Mark Ruffalo movie because of his politics. Same thing with Luke Skywalker, Mark Hamill, who I like Mark Hamill. I loved him as Luke Skywalker. I loved him in Star Wars. And I'm now, because of his rhetoric, I'm less likely to look positively towards anything he's involved in. Same thing for Patrick Stewart, Jean-Luc Picard. His politics have ruined my opinion of him and the things he's in. I'm less likely to pay money to see that. Sydney Sweeney hasn't been running around going, here's my politics. I'm America first. I don't want to hear that. You're an entertainer. I want you to look good in a poster. I want you to look good in a movie. I want you to be believable as a character in a movie. And I don't care about your politics beyond that. What are the politics of Denzel Washington? I don't know. Guess what? I also don't care. Don't know, don't care. Why? It's not important. It has nothing to do with me. So all I want to see him do is look good in an ad and be a good actor. His political affiliation is not my business. That's his private life. Let him live his life. Let him do his thing. His religion is his personal information. I understand. Stephen Colbert was like, you have to be a Democrat. You have to be progressive. You have to adhere to Hollywood's mandate. Same thing was said to him on The View. And he said the one thing that's important. I'm an American citizen. I don't have to do any of that. And I don't have to tell you any of that. That's my personal life. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here to share with you why I did this movie or why I'm advocating, why I'm in this ad. I'm here to entertain, not politics. My politics isn't national news. That's what Denzel Washington was saying. And to the most part, for Sydney Sweeney, that's what she's saying. Throughout this whole thing, American Eagle Jeans has not apologized. Thank God. They shouldn't. And Sydney Sweeney hasn't apologized, and she shouldn't. And I'm not saying that because she's a Republican. I said this on Wednesday when the whole thing first came out. On Wednesday, when we first heard about this, and I said this during the Liberty First Foundation roundtable, my Wednesday roundtable. I said then, this is useless. This is stupid. And she should be proud of whatever she is, and she should be happy about what she's doing. I'm glad she's making money. Sydney Sweeney is a registered Republican voter in Florida. Oh my God, she's MAGA. She voted for Trump. And so what? Why does that matter? Does that change the way the jeans fit? Does that change the way you wear the jeans at all? Why is this international news? Why are we wasting our time on this? And it is a big deal. The left, this is why Democrats have lost. This is why progressives are losing. Of all the things I'm talking so far in this show, I've been talking about a potential war between Cambodia and Thailand. I've been talking about international economics, whether tariffs are going to work for or against America and the European Union. That's going to affect the globe. I've talked about an international famine that has continued to go on. I'm not talking about Gaza. I'm talking about the fact that we have 30% less food in the world than 2019. I've been talking about that. And the world's talking about whether or not Sydney Sweeney voted for Donald Trump. How does that affect anything? The left cannot not speak about this. They are losing their minds. There are videos all over Twitter. My good friend Larry Sharp and also Kit Cabello, they've done stories on this. They've shown the TikTok videos where these women are saying, oh my God, it's so evil that they're literally saying it is white supremacy to say that you have good genetics. I don't understand that. Can anyone explain that to me? Anyone in the audience, left or right leaning, I don't care. You can be third party, don't care, libertarian, conservative, whatever. Please explain this to me. How does saying I have good genetics and I look good, how does that equal white supremacy or fascism? Please explain that to me. Because this is emotional manipulation. They are punishing this woman for daring to do anything that isn't approved. And that should tell you everything you need to know about the left. That's why I don't like the left. That's why I'm not part of the left. Because if you can only do what they allow and nothing more. This woman has done nothing but entertain. And now, maybe you don't like her as an actress. Okay. Maybe you don't like her as a model. Okay. Don't buy the ticket. Don't buy the jeans. Life is simple. But that doesn't mean demean her and try and destroy her career, which is what the left is trying to do. And if they're willing to do it to Sydney Sweeney, who has an international audience and gets paid millions of dollars, what are they going to do to you? Nobody knows who you are. No one's coming to rescue you. The New York Times, The Guardian is not going to do an article about your politics. They're not. So let me ask you, who's going to help you? Why would you be part of that? That's enslavement. That is an enslavement of the mind. You're a political prisoner for the party. And how dare you think anything else? This is why Democrats are losing. This is why progressives are being rejected wholesale. That's why they don't have power. Because of their caricatures. Jasmine Crockett is a caricature. AOC is a caricature. Elizabeth Warren is a caricature. Same thing with Pelosi. We said about Chuck Schumer, Adam Schiff, Nadler, Jerry Nadler, they're caricatures. The left is filled. All their politics, they're caricatures. They're not human beings in terms of how they present themselves. They don't present themselves as people. They present themselves as ideology. And this is why they're failing. Because human beings make policy. Human beings improve society. Ideology wants control. That's it. Ideology is authoritarian. But they've also accused Sydney Sweeney of being an authoritarian. That American Eagle Outfitters, that there's one woman on Twitter, TikTok, who is getting viral because she says, well, American Eagle, that says it all in the name. That's, of course, they are fascist because American and Eagle, well, that's fascism. That's stupid. That is an uneducated, ignorant way of thinking about anything. American doesn't mean fascist, and Eagle doesn't mean fascist or authoritarian. That is absolutely ignorant. And this is why America is crumbling. Because the left believes this stuff. And they're promoting it. The fact that this story isn't a story. It isn't being covered by CNN and MSNBC and The Guardian and dozens upon dozens of political commentaries are being done about this. It's not because of the right. It's because of the left. Because the left is attacking this woman for using her body, her choice on how she wants to use her body, and they don't like it. Because her choice was to vote in a way they don't like. So the left is going to punish her. She is an example. They're trying to make her an example. They're trying to boycott the American Eagle Company. They're trying to boycott Sydney Sweeney. They're trying to punish people for doing anything that wasn't approved. That's just sad. It's a wake-up call. This should be a wake-up call. It has nothing to do with Sydney Sweeney. It has nothing to do about the American Eagle Company. This is a wake-up call to everyone who is younger to recognize the left is authoritarian. They do not care about you. They do not care about your well-being. You are not their first or anywhere near their interest. They want power, and you are the means for them to achieve that. And if you get in the way in any way, shape, or form, if you in any way distract from the left gaining more power, they will come to destroy you. And that's what they're doing with Sydney Sweeney. Sydney Sweeney is a Republican. Oh my God, destroy her. Sydney Sweeney isn't out talking about politics. Sydney Sweeney didn't run around saying, I'm a Republican, I voted for Trump. She didn't do that. Her movies aren't running around going, oh my God, I hate America. She's not doing that. The left is doing that. So who's the bad guy? Who really is the bad guy? And if you agree that Sydney Sweeney is racist for saying an objective fact, If you think she's fascist because of the way she chose to vote and didn't have anything to do with you, didn't tell you, didn't want you to know this. She didn't go out and say, let me be proud and tell you. No, it was her private, personal decision. And if you think that's a bad thing, you are the problem. You have created a problem in America, not Sydney Sweeney, not the American Eagle Company. They didn't do anything wrong. You are. If you're going to boycott the American Eagle Company because they have a pretty woman in an ad, you are the problem. Is there any other way to say that? Is it? I don't think that's hard. It's not a hard thing to say. And I didn't think, if you had asked me on Wednesday, would I be talking about this today? No. I didn't think I would be talking about it on Wednesday. I didn't think it was worth the time then. I don't think it's worth the time now, but it seems it is important. So, Demore, again, thank you for your comment, because you're new to the channel. I don't recognize the name, but yeah, tell me, am I wrong? I don't know. You know what we could have been talking about instead of talking about whether or not Sydney Sweeney is a beautiful woman, because that's what they're trying to tell me now. Oh, she's not that beautiful. Yes, she is. She doesn't have that great a body. Yes, she does. And well, you know, but she's a fascist. Maybe. Don't know. I don't know her, and I don't care. She's not pushing fascism. But instead of talking about her, we could have been talking about Kamala Harris, who's not going to run. She's not running for the governor of California because she would lose.
It concerns the former presidential candidate and former vice president of the United States. Kamala Harris is not running for governor of California. We learned that.
Oh my God. Kamala Harris will not run for the governor of California. Who cares? Kamala Harris can't win. And she's trying to make it seem like, oh my God, I'm just such a hero. I'm not going to do that because, you know, I'll let someone else do that. I'm looking at possibly running for the presidency in 2028. That's what Kamala Harris is trying to convince people. She's going to lose. Democrats have always rejected Kamala Harris. They rejected her in every election, every attempt she has ever made to run for the presidency. She has failed. Democrats have always rejected her because she's a horrible candidate. Horrible. And so she doesn't deserve to win. And here she is, and she's like, oh, I'm going to run. The people who were saying she was running for governor were the Democrats that actually support her because it's the only thing they thought she could win. Because she can say, I was vice president, so I should be governor. And you know what? Yeah, it's a step down, but it should be an easy win. And it wasn't. There was no guarantee that she was going to get, the rumors were she couldn't raise the money to run for governor of California. There was no guarantee she could win. Even with the credentials of being a former vice president, the DNC could not guarantee that she would win in the heavily progressive state of California. That's why she didn't do it. And she has no idea what she's talking about. I think I have. No, I did not. I want to show you. So Kamala Harris. There it is. I just want to show you this. So Kamala Harris showed up on the Colbert Report. Now, of course, Stephen Colbert is losing his show because he's not funny and no one's watching him. No one likes Stephen Colbert. But he's got a year. And so now that he has lost his audience, where's my camera? Is my camera frozen here? Is the system frozen? There we go. Sorry about that, folks. It froze up for a moment. So, Stephen Colbert he's lost his audience. He's lost $40 million. SNL is losing $100 million a year. I don't know how they lose that much money, but they are. And he decided, well, now is the time to get Kamala Harris on. And now that she's not going to be in California politics, now that she can't get elected anywhere, and Democrats have rejected her in every elected office that she's run for, Stephen Colbert asked her a question. And I believe I have it here. And where is it? She can't answer anything. No, it's not here. This is the editorial, by the way. This is the editorial opinion of Kamala Harris. She's a complete failure. Complete failure. But that isn't what I was looking for. I was looking for a different ad. Hang on. I'm trying to find. I'm trying to find this for you. I apologize, folks. Here it is. I think I have it. Bear with me 1 second. Bear with me. Okay, I got it for you guys now. Pretty sure. So this is from Breaking Points with Crystal Sager. Sager has really not been doing well with this show on Breaking Points since he came back from his marriage. But let's see what it's going.
Was there any discussion in the White House about what the blowback would be for approving the Willow Oil project? Because people have gotten quite upset about it. I think there's some protesters outside right now.
Well, I think
No, there really aren't.
that the concerns are based on what we should all be concerned about, but the solutions have to be and include what we are doing in terms of going forward, in terms of investments.
So the concern should be.
That's 2 years ago. 2 years ago, they didn't know what the hell she was saying. What I'm looking for now is, what did she say? Here it is. Hang on a second, because I know the Late Show will block me if I show too much of it. CBS does not like us. Let's see. Anyway. She just doesn't know what she's talking about. Anyway, I can't find it. Sorry, I was trying to search for it while I was talking with you guys, and I can't find it. Kamala Harris doesn't know what she's doing. And the Democrats know she has no idea what she's doing. No idea. No idea whatsoever. And this is an example of how the left is failing you. They're failing because they keep giving you candidates like Kamala Harris. They keep giving you people who are all about the ideology and making sure the ideology has power, rather than actually making sure that you get the best candidate, that you get the best person in elected office. I wish they would do that. But they're not. They're definitely not. That kind of went off the rails, but let me go forward anyway. How about this? Instead of talking about Sydney Sweeney, we could have been talking about the fact that the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, the guys who are behind PBS, they're going out of business. They're closing down. I don't know if a lot of people noticed that. Again, most people were focused on Orange Man Bad or Sydney Sweeney. And Sydney Sweeney is a fascist. But what we should be talking about is, why is CBP, the guys who are behind NPR, who are behind PBS, the guys who are there for Channel 13 in New York, Sesame Street, an electric company, why are they going out of business? Why are they suddenly incapable after 57 years, 57 years of being in operation, putting on TV shows for kids and for adults and education? Why are they going bankrupt now? Because the government's not paying them. Because U.S. aid funding got cut. And does anyone notice that the combination, how when you cut, since we cut U.S. aid, 83% of the U.S. aid funding, we're watching Planned Parenthood and NPR and PBS and now CPB. We're watching all these leftist organizations. They're all going bankrupt. Did you notice that? Because I noticed it. And we're not talking about this, but we should be. Why are they going bankrupt? Oh, well, the federal government isn't paying them. Why should we? Why should the federal government be paying for this? Now, you may disagree. You may say, but Mike, we need this alternative. No, we don't. No, we don't. The reason why there are channels, why ABC, NBC, CBS, do you know why they exist? They exist because they were supposed to be educational. That was the whole point of television when it was first created. Its purpose was to educate the public, to inform the public, not to entertain them. That was never the intention. That was always a secondary benefit. The whole point of television and having channels and having broadcasting channels was to educate the public. So you don't need NPR. You don't need PBS per se. But then the main channels didn't do their job. So we needed a PBS. Okay, we need a Sesame Street. We need a Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. I agree with that. I support Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. I support the original electric company, the original Sesame Street. I agree with that. Not the modern versions, but the old ones, the ones they restrict now from children that they consider R-rated. Yeah, yes. Sesame Street from the 70s and 80s is considered R-rated content and not appropriate for children. I don't know why. That's the leftist for you. Ask the leftists. That's how they rate it. I don't understand it. But do they deserve, and I'm going to get to your comment, Joel, but should we be funding this? And I don't think we should. See, in the statement on August 1st, 2 days ago, Friday, they state, I believe it's here. Yes. According to CBP, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, they say public media has been one of the most trusted institutions in American life. In the old days, in the 70s and 80s, yes. Even the 90s, yes. Today, no. Now it's a political tool. Now it's a propaganda machine. But in the 70s, 80s, 90s, yes, it was very educational. It was actually very good. Let's see. They go on to say, providing educational opportunity. That would be Electric Company and Sesame Street. They did. Nova was another great thing, educational. That was really great. Emergency alerts. Every station on TV does emergency alerts. Every local news channel does emergency, it's part of their requirement of the FCC license. You don't need this private broadcaster to do emergency broadcasts. That's not what they're there for. Goes on to say, civil discourse. That's why we have public TV. And realistically, public civil discourse, I'm doing that right now. That's what the internet's for. That's why we have a YouTube, a Rumble. That's why we have an X and a Blue Sky. We don't do that. I don't have civil discourse with NPR or PBS. I have it with you. I get to hear what they want to tell me, which is, and nowadays has become propaganda. Well, they will say, this is what you should think. This is how you should feel. Here's the information to make you vote a specific way. But that's not civic discourse. Political commentary, live political commentary, roundtable discussions, that is civil discourse. That is public commentary. Let's see, they go on to say, and cultural connections to every corner of the country. That's not, we can do that already. I can do that right now. Everything that they are saying that we need, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, everything that NPR and PBS provide, they're saying, I have a phone. I have a smartphone. I can do all of everything they're talking about, I can do on my smartphone. I don't need them. Why are we paying for it? I'm not saying that they shouldn't exist. I'm saying, why should the public pay for it? This isn't 1950. People can afford, not just afford TVs, they can afford cell phones. The Library of Alexandria with instant contact with each other. So what's the problem? Why is this an issue? But it is. And they're saying that, and they go on to say, we are deeply grateful to our partners across the system for their resilience, leadership, and unwavering dedication. Then they should have raised more money. They're causing. Okay, so we do have a comment here. This is from Joel. And you can leave your comment too, whether you agree or disagree. It's all right. Joel says, pro-PBS people were arguing that they only got 8 or 9% of their funding from our taxes. Now they say they're not able to operate. Someone's lying. Well, that's a real interesting thing. They're a non-profit company. So they don't need to make money. They don't need money at the end of the day. They just need to break even. They just have to cover their costs. So it's not like if there is no extra, they don't need extra. There is no extra. They just need to cover costs. So if they've got 8 or 9%, if 8 or 9% of their spending is the difference between existing or not, then why don't they just cut back 10%? I said this when we heard about NPR said, oh, they're going to go out of business. 10%. We're talking about less than 10% of their funding. Just cut back. Cut back 10% in your spending. That's it. Cut back in every one of your programs. Cut back in your staff. Cut back in your pays. Just cut 10%. 10 cents out of every dollar. That's it. We're not talking about you got to raise 50%. It's not like you have to have all of your stockholders, your shareholders, that you have to appease them. This is straightforward. So I agree with you, Joel. This doesn't make any sense to me. They are NPR, PBS, CBP. They have all outlasted their usefulness because they didn't adapt. They didn't grow. And more importantly, they became political. They became tools of propaganda. And that is their downfall. That's why they failed. Same thing with late night TV. It was perfectly fine as a form of entertainment, which is what they were supposed to be. It became a tool of propaganda and it failed. And it doesn't matter if the propaganda is on the right or on the left. This isn't about which side. It's propaganda. That's not what it's there for. And when it becomes a tool of propaganda, no, it does not deserve the American people's tax money. There's no reason, I believe, if they were telling the truth, and I agree with you, Joel, if it were only 8 or 9%, 10% of their income was coming from U.S. taxes, then they should have no problem replacing that to be able to get their donors to give an extra 10 cents on every dollar that they donate. They should be able to raise an extra 10 cents on every dollar that they need to continue to exist as they are, or better yet, just do some cost savings. Just shrink a little bit. That's it. Cut their costs by 10%. They can do that, and they can continue to exist. They don't want to. Either they don't want to continue to exist because it's easier to blame Republicans, to blame Trump, to blame America first, and to use that to try and get votes in 2026, or they were getting a lot more money from the government than they are telling you, that they lied, that they are lying to you. And yeah, they may only get 8 or 9% of their funding directly from Congress, but indirectly, how much money did they get from U.S. aid? How much money were they getting paid from U.S. aid to push left-wing propaganda? That's a really great question. And I don't think anyone's going to answer that because they don't want that question. That's why you're not hearing about this story. It's not a big story in America. They don't want you to think about why are they closing? That doesn't make any sense. Close down 1 or 2 channels that no one's watching. That's it. They have 1,500 channels across America, stations, I should say. 1,500 stations across America providing content. This is what they say. Get rid of 150. That's it. Get rid of 150. Get the worst 150 channels where no one's watching. Get rid of them. And you're fine. I mean, it would suck for 150 channels. Yeah, there'd be a couple thousand people that would go out of work. I understand. It would suck for them. Absolutely. But now you've got tens of thousands of people. You could have, 1,000 people who would lose their job. Or you can have a couple tens of thousands of people losing their job. Which one's better? Which one, if the goal is to educate, you can educate 10% less people, or you can educate 0 people. Which one's worse? See, this is the part that I don't get in the logic. With NPR, with PBS, with the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, they're saying we would rather reach no one, 0 people, than reach less people. I don't understand that. If your goal is, if you're such great educators and what you're telling people is so essential, why wouldn't you want to reach as many as you could? If I could reach 90% of the audience and I lose 10%, but I can still reach 90% of my audience, why wouldn't I want to still reach them? Why wouldn't, if it's so important, then why aren't you reaching out to them? But they're not. They're giving up. They're literally kicking the sandcastle and walking away. They're taking their toys and they're leaving the sandbox. Why? Why? Because Donald Trump's president. What? Because MAGA. Because Republicans. That makes no sense. That makes no sense whatsoever. And I wish anyone who's on the left, any politician out there, please explain this to me. Please explain this to me. Why wouldn't you want to reach 90% of your audience? You can't reach 10% of them, but you can reach 90% of them. Why wouldn't you do that? If your goal is to educate and to provide emergency alerts and your goal is to have civil discourse and cultural connections, if that's what you're looking to do, why wouldn't you want to continue to do it? Why would you go to 0 people and give 0 people? 0 people will now get the emergency alerts that supposedly NPR, PBS, and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting were giving them. 0 people. If they were reaching 100 people, they could continue to reach 90. Instead, they went with 0. Why? Joel, you are absolutely correct, Joel. Again, why wouldn't they continue? If it's so little, if it's so meaningless, the amount of money that they were getting from the federal government, then why are they shutting down? Why not downsize? You could still keep the major markets, New York, LA, Chicago, Baltimore, Seattle, Portland, Houston, Austin. They could still be in major cities. They could still reach tens of millions of people. They might lose thousands of people as an audience, but they would keep millions of people. Now, millions of people will not get access to anything they do. How is that better? How does that make sense? I don't get this. I have to believe that if you're an NPR, your PBS, you go over to you go to Jeff Bezos or Oprah Winfrey, and one of the left-leaning multi-billionaires out there, Bill Gates, and you go, hey guys, so we're going to lose funding, and we have a choice. We can close down everything and lose everyone. We lose our entire audience. We lose our entire voice, our entire message. We lose everything. Or you can give me 10% more money. What? Oprah, if you give us an extra 10%, you give us 10 cents on the dollar more than what you've been giving us, we'll be able to continue doing what we do. Or we will lose everything. We will lose all the people, all the kids, all the families. We won't help anyone anywhere in America, not black people, not white people, not Hispanic people, not women, not trans, they, them. We won't help any of them. We can either help some or we'll help none. That makes no sense to me. Does that make sense to anyone? Does that, if you truly, it's like saying, you're in a car accident. Your leg has been crushed. And instead of amputating your leg, the doctor kills you. Why would you do that? That makes no sense. You'll just live without the leg. You'll have a prosthetic. Millions of people do. Why kill the patient? It doesn't make sense. If you're there to help, then help. Which makes me have to believe that this isn't about helping people. This isn't about educating anyone. It's not about the emergency alerts. This is about power and propaganda. This is about ideology and getting you to vote a specific way. This was manipulation. And they don't know how. They're trying to hide it from you. Same way that attacking Sydney Sweeney is about manipulation. This is about propaganda. This is about control. And they just don't want you to notice that. Now, they're more on the nose with Sydney Sweeney, but they're trying to be deceptive when it comes to NPR and PBS and the corporate public broadcasting. They're trying to be sneaky about it. But they're not. This is very obvious. This is about control. And they don't care about you. Yes, you can buy my mug. Go to Zazzle. Zazzle, buy my mug. Zazzle, buy my mug. Anyway. They don't care about you. As much as they want to say they love you and Elmo loves you and Sesame Street, modern electric company, they want you to think that they love you. No, they don't. They don't. You're a tool. If they loved you, if they were concerned about you, and mind you, I am sure that some Joe or Jane in the middle of America in some podunk town that does this job, I'm not saying they don't love you. I am saying the leadership that control all of this, that put out the messaging for all of the channels, they don't love you. They just want to abuse you. And they don't want this story to get out. They don't want people to talk about this. And I think we should. I think it's absolutely, we should be talking about this. We're not. We're talking about Stephen Colbert losing. It's political. Stephen Colbert is losing his job because it's political. No, it's not. Kamala Harris isn't going to run for governor because she wants to run for the presidency. Let her. She'll lose again. But we should be talking about this. Why are they giving up on tens of millions of people? Tens of millions of parents are going to lose Sesame Street. And even though I don't think Sesame Street today is good, they would rather burn that bridge than reach fewer kids. That's evil. That means you don't care about the kids. It means that whatever you were providing those kids was never essential. It was not mission critical. It was political. It was political. It was propaganda. It was indoctrination. Because if you're doing it because you love the kids, you'd still do it. They do not love the kids. NPR, quote me on this. Someone clip this. NPR, PBS, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting do not love kids, or they would still be working. They would keep their doors open and reach less kids, but still reach some. They would find a way to keep going. Instead, they're giving up, which means they never cared about your kids. It was always about propaganda. So, moving on from that. Did you hear about this? Again, we were talking about Sydney Sweeney all week. We're talking about Orange Man bad. The tariff is going to end. American economy is going to get destroyed. Did you hear about the fact that there's a Virginia city councilman got set on fire? Set on fire. This was on purpose. This was an attack. By the way, yes, the Virginia city councilman, he is a Republican. The person who attacked him, he is a Democrat. That's just a fact. That is objective fact. That is a truth. That is, it's neither left or right. It's not, this isn't political opinion. It is a fact. The Virginia councilman, who is Vogler is his name. What's his first name? Last name is Vogler. Lee Vogler. Lee Vogler, who is a Republican in the Virginia Danville City Council, was attacked by a man named Shotzi Michael Buck Hayes. That's his actual name. Stupid name. I just don't like the name. That's just me. Has nothing to do with what he did. Shotzi is just a stupid name, in my opinion. You may like it. I don't know. Maybe it's a local thing. I don't know. But I think it's a stupid name. It's like Potsy off of Happy Days. Always thought that was a stupid name. But hey, there you go. It is the name it is. So Shotzi is a Democrat. And Shotzi went into a business where Lee Vogel was with a 5 gallons of gasoline, chased Lee around the business, doused him in gasoline, chased him outside the business, and then lit him on fire. Okay, I have to ask you, and this is, as I understand, that's the accused attacker. That's Shotzi, I believe. And I have to ask a question. What the hell's going on? Why isn't this the bigger news? Why isn't this being talked about across the nation? The violence of the left against everyone else. Now, in this case, in Virginia, the news media are trying to downplay the fact that this is a Democrat attacking a Republican. And they're trying to say, it's not really about that. But just a week or two ago, 3 weeks ago, we had that one maniac who showed up in the middle of the night and shot a couple of Democrats. And the Democrats lost their mind. Oh my God, the violence of the right against the left. This one guy got a fake police car, wore a fake policeman's outfit, and shot a bunch of Democrats. Oh my God, the right is evil. It's authoritarian. See how violent their people are? This is a guy who's a Democrat who just attacked someone on the right. And we have far many Democrats attacking people on the right than we have people on the right attacking the left. That's not normal. And the news media is just like, well, it's not a story. Don't worry about it. Just ignore this. No, there's a trend that's going on here. And it's a trend that's been going on for decades. I mean, you can just think about every single autonomous zone that has ever existed in America. They're all from the left. Think about almost every protest in America. Well, in recent history, they're all from the left. They're all violent. They're always trying to commit arson. They're always breaking property. They're always attacking citizens. Look at the LA riots. The 2025 LA riots. That's the left. That's the left trying to attack the federal government. That's the left destroying property, attacking law enforcement. This is the left attacking elected officials. Why do we not talk about this? Oh, because the news media leans left. They support this. They have a bias. And their bias says this is a good thing. I don't find that to be a good thing at all. And by the way, and I know someone out there, it's really sad. It's really, really sad that in following up the story, CBS News, come on, where's my camera? There it is. CBS News felt that they had an absolute need to show that that this guy confessed. Arrest warrant reveals suspect's confession in the case of Danville councilman set on fire, as if there was a question. Again, we have eyewitnesses. It is a fact that Shotzi walked in with a bucket of gasoline, poured it on the Republican, chased the Republican outside, and set him on fire. And they're like, oh, well, it really did happen because he actually did admit. He did put out there and admit that he did it. We know he did it. It wasn't a question. No one doubted it. We have eyewitnesses. This is a fact. But they're like, well, no, he confessed. Like you needed him to confess. Like it wasn't true until he confessed. Until he confessed, we did not believe the eyewitness and the absolute fact that the leftist was setting fire to a Republican. This is how far they will go to try and deny the truth, to try and make you think it's not real. No, there's a doubt. He didn't set the Republican on fire just because he's a Democrat. He didn't do that. Did he confess? No, then it didn't really happen that way. It was an accident. He tripped, spilled 5 gallons of gasoline onto the Republican, ran outside to make sure that the Republican would be able to take off his gasoline-soaked clothing and accidentally lit a cigarette and put him on fire at the same time. It's just a series of coincidences. The left is evil. The left has become evil. You may not agree. You may agree. I think the left has become evil. And I think we're seeing it more and more. It's just undeniable at this point. I really think so. Look, folks, we're going to take a break. I'm going to go walk my dog. We usually, about 2 hours, 2.5 hours into the show, we usually take a quick break. Usually I've talked more about international, not this week, but I'm going to take a break. My dog is 14 years old. I love my dog. He's a good dog. But he is older. So I do take him out a couple times a day, and I'm going to take him out now, give him a walk, and then we'll come back. It's going to be about 5:15. We'll be back at 5:15. And then we're going to pick up about gun control. We're going to talk a little bit about New York. We're going to talk a little bit more about the Trump administration. We're going to talk about the economy, the fact that Trump is an authoritarian because he fired the economist who lied. Oh my goodness. What? Trump's taking over the government. You can't trust any of the financial data. Well, the data was wrong in the first place. You couldn't trust it in the first place. They didn't care when the lies were helping Democrats in 2024. They did care now that Trump is trying to correct it. And we'll get into that. And I will prove my point. I will show you the evidence because it's historical fact. We know that they've been lying to you. And they've been doing that for years in a massive way so that you vote Democrat. And we'll show you the proof. It's not about Donald Trump. It's about trust in our government, and there isn't any. And Trump is trying to bring it back. But Trump is the bad guy. He's the big evil guy for trying to do the right thing, the thing that he got elected for. Again, you don't have to like him, but you should respect what he's doing because it is effective and it is efficient and it isn't authoritarian. It is all within the power of the law that Democrats wrote and voted for. Democrats wrote and voted for each and every one of these laws that Trump is enforcing. All he's doing is what Democrats absolutely refuse to do. Enforce the law. The law exists, enforce it. That's all he's doing. And Democrats can't stand that because if you enforce the law, they lose. So they'd rather just walk away. Let it all burn down. That's NPR. That's PBS. That's the CPB. They're all letting it burn because they don't care about you. If they don't get to be in charge, they take their toys, they kick down the sandcastle, they walk away because they don't care about you. It's not about educating you or helping you. It's about power. They just don't want to be honest about it. All right. So we're going to take a quick break, as I said. And we should be back at about 5:15. Bear with me. Oh. And what we're going to do in the meantime, bear with me, is I'm going to play a really quick, since we're going to be talking about gun control when we get back, I'm going to introduce some information about gun control. This is from 3 years ago in 2022. This is Kathy Hochul telling you how she's going to protect you. She's going to fight all the violence. In 2022, this is her promise. And I want you to consider that when we get back because none of that happened. You completely failed. Lied to your face to help Democrats win. That's all this was. But I will show you what I mean. I'll play this and we will be back at about Come on. Bear with me. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you on January 10th of 2022 to talk about gun control. It's a very important issue. It's one of the big issues that we speak about often on this channel, and I think it's something that needs to be discussed. It's really interesting to see what's going on, especially in New York State, especially in 2022, where we have the midterm elections coming with so many elected officials up for re-election. So we're going to go into this a little bit. But first, I do want to mention, if this is the first time that you are seeing our channel, we welcome you and we thank you for joining us. We want you to know that we do long-form political commentary. And every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you. We go on to all the social media that the internet overlords will allow to receive your chats, your text, and your phone calls to tell us what you think about the issues that are affecting us all. Not just from New York, not just from the United States, but from anywhere in the world. Because we believe in your right to free speech. We believe it is an unalienable right of everyone by birth, regardless of what your government thinks, regardless of what the internet overlords think. And we will, every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, hear your voice and the issues that you think are important. We hope you will join us. With that said, let's take a look at what's going on in gun control in New York, because I think it's important. New York is the second biggest progressive state in the nation. It is bluer than blue every year, and very often, either in California or New York, the issues and the ideas, the types of laws that will sweep the nation often start in either California or New York, and then flow out from there to other far less progressive states, and eventually, in many cases, to the entire country. So, in understanding what's going on in New York, we understand what's going to happen to the future of the United States when we have a Democratic rule in the White House and in Congress. That said, let's take a look at this. Now, you may be aware that in New York State in 2021, there was a change in our governor. The former governor, Andrew Cuomo, who was removed in disgrace because of 11 sexual assault cases and the death of 16,000 New York State residents in nursing homes, left New York with an appointed governor, Kathy Hochul. Now, no one really knew who Kathy Hochul was. She was the lieutenant governor for New York, and she was unknown. No one knew where she stood. No one really ever heard from her because she was in the shadow of Andrew Cuomo. In September of 2021, the majority of the population of New York actually got to hear Kathy Hochul for the first time, got to understand some of her points of view for the very first time. And it was a surprising thing because no one knew where she stood on really any issue. And one of the big issues was gun control and the police, whether she was one of those who believed in removing the rights of American citizens from being able to exercise their Second Amendment right, as well as did she believe in defunding the police, a very big issue, a very big issue among the progressive wing of the Democratic Party in New York State. And to that, we know, and we can look back, looking at September 23rd of 2021, appointed Governor Kathy Hochul stated that, and I quote, "We do not support defund the police. No one in my administration does." That's the catchphrase. That was a catchphrase that had very negative connotations. She doesn't believe in defunding the police. These are her words to the New York City residents, New York State residents. She's speaking to us and saying, no one that is attached to the Kathy Hochul administration of New York wants to defund the police. That was on September 23rd. that kind of flies in the face of the news that we found out on August 28th that her lieutenant governor, Brian Benjamin, who was a former state senator, is an advocate of defunding the police. In fact, he said, and I quote, "I support the movement to defund the police because I believe that there are parts of the New York Police Department budget that are not essential for public safety." He goes on to say, "Our goal must be to use the powers of the office to prioritize more public safety measures, not more law enforcement." Lieutenant Governor Benjamin went on to say that he also supported the state's disastrous bail reform laws and plans to close Rikers Island. Therefore, we can see that Lieutenant Governor Benjamin is a far-left activist. He is a proponent of defunding the police. He is an advocate of bail reform, issues that we've seen plague New York State and increase the net crime in New York State. These are facts. They're indisputable. And we only need to look at the New York GIVE report, that is an annual report of gun-involved violence elimination, shooting incidents, shooting victims, and individuals killed by gun violence. And this is data going through November 30th of 2021. The final report has not been issued. This was issued on December 10th of 2021. And we can see, and looking this over, for 17 metropolitan cities, including New York City, for the state of New York, we had a 6.3% increase in the number of shooting incidents involving injury. We saw that there was a 5.3% increase in the number of shooting victims, not including December. Now, the really important thing to understand about that is that in 2020, we had a 74% increase. So the increase in 2021 was on top of the 70% increase in shooting in incidents involving injury in New York State. And to look at the number of shooting victims, that's the increase of 5.3% in 2021 is on top of the 82% increase that we saw in 2020. So there was a massive and significant and continued increase in the net gun violence in New York State. But yet we have a lieutenant governor who wants to defund the police or reimagine the police or reallocate funding for the police. There are several ways that the news media and politicians like to word this, but the essential, at the end of the day, in every example we have ever seen in every state and every city that has implemented it, it has always resulted in the same exact net result: fewer police. Less police officers, less law enforcement to be able to enforce the laws and to protect the public. That is a fact. That is consistent in every single state, in every single city that has elected and tried the social experiment of defunding the police or reimagining the police or reallocating police funding. It's always the same. So given that, we have a question. We have appointed Governor Hochul saying she doesn't want to defund the police. She has a lieutenant governor that she picked who does want to defund the police. It makes us wonder what's going on. Well, this is 2022 now, and this is an election year. And Democrats are desperate. They are desperate to try and find a win. They are desperate to be able to hold on to their power, even in the bluest of blue states, because New York State is bleeding people like crazy. New York State has been losing people since 1958, every single year, every single decade, most notably during the Cuomo administration, but continuing to have massive losses of people, population, under appointed Governor Kathy Hochul. And you can see that here, coming from U.S. News, we can see that the top states people moved away from, that they left, that they exited: New Jersey, Illinois, and New York. Gee, why would we think that? New Jersey, Chicago, and New York City. Yeah. And 63% of the population were leaving New York State. This is higher than even in California. And it's kind of interesting because New York State, to be exact, and this is coming from New York Magazine, this was on December 21st of 2021, as they reported, even though the census data, which includes illegal aliens, which helped New York State in 2020 to maintain its population and only lose one congressional seat, showed that the census data showed that New York State lost 319,000 people from July of 2020 to July of 2021, which means we may have lost even more people by December. That was the leading population, the most significant population decline of any state at a loss of 1.9% of the population. That's insane. And when we take into account and take out the illegal aliens, which propped up New York State's population numbers, the number is actually 352,185 residents. I want you to understand that. That's more than most cities. New York State has lost a rather large city, the entire population, entire, top to bottom, just gone. They walked away from New York State under Governor Kathy Hochul. She's done that bad, as did her predecessor, the disgraced Governor Andrew Cuomo. And I bring all of that up, and I think it's important to understand, because we have to understand what is Kathy Hochul going to do about gun control. She wants to make this New York State safer for the public. At least that's what she keeps telling us. As we see, when she was speaking and quoted by Spectrum News on January 5th, appointed Governor Hochul says that she will form a new consortium between New York State Police, the NYPD, and other law enforcement agencies, including neighboring states, to trace guns used in crimes and stop the flow of guns into our state. She believes in beefing up efforts to use social media to find potential threats and criminal activity, and the creation of gun intelligence centers across the state. And she wants to use, she backs reforms of the criminal justice system, such as sealing felonies and misdemeanor criminal records, and backing college tuition for prisoners. Does that sound like that's something that's going to help? Is this going to lower the crime? Because we should take a look at this. And I really want to take a look at this because, first of all, let's debunk the obvious things that don't really help. When she says she wants to use social media to find potential threats, well, that doesn't always work. As we know, and as being reported by the Daily Mail out of the United Kingdom and the New York Post, and seemingly no other news agency in the United States, we know that what is suspected to be a Antifa member was out with pipe bombs trying to potentially kill people in Florida, and they had no social media exposure. So saying that we're going to track people by social media doesn't really mean you're necessarily going to stop anyone. And that also requires that someone notices it. In fact, to be able to look at social media, to use that as a tool, means that people's privacy may be invaded. It is introducing the government into people's personal lives, tracking everyone. Can you imagine New York State tracking everyone on their social media, tracking every conversation that you have, every organization that you may look up, every article that you may read? It sounds like a Fourth Amendment privacy violation. And that's her back door into that, and in creating more government to intrude on individuals' privacy, with no guarantee that that's going to actually pay off. Yes, often it does for some of the most disturbed individuals, but how many criminals go on Facebook to announce that they're going to rob a bank? How many carjackers go onto Twitter to announce that they're about to steal someone's car? How many Instagram posts do you see of someone running around saying, I'm going to mug somebody, here's the video of me doing it? Not very often. And in fact, I wish it was more prevalent so that we could actually arrest those individuals. But the reality is, that's not a realistic way to stop the average of crimes. Yes, some of the bigger situations, but to tell us that that's going to fix the problem, well, that's a lie. Now, I know you may not have even noticed this article because, again, not a lot of people were paying attention to it on January 5th when we heard from Kathy Hochul. And there were very few articles, although this came out today, and I know you can't see it. The Times Union has hidden it from everyone. So we actually had to go to the statements from appointed Governor Hochul on January 5th, where she announced a 3-part agenda to prevent and reduce gun violence and violent crime throughout New York State, because this is an election year. So, of course, she's going to talk about gun violence. And she's going to tell us that she is going to make New York safe, much like we heard from Andrew Cuomo, who told us that if we passed the New York SAFE Act, New York would be safe. That when he passed the red flag laws and put that through the state legislature, that's the state assembly and the state senate, where it was voted on, and Democrats said, yes, this is absolutely going to stop violent crime. This is going to reduce gun violence in New York State. And as I showed you just before, they lied. That's not true. It's never worked. Their approach has always failed. Restricting the freedoms of individuals does not result in less crime. Criminals don't care. But Kathy Hochul, let's give her the opportunity. Let's look at what she is actually saying that she is going to do that is going to reduce the amount of crime in New York State and going to make people safer from gun violence from criminal individuals. She says, and I quote, "As governor, my most important responsibility is to keep New Yorkers safe. With incidents of gun violence and other violent crimes sadly increasing, my administration is laser focused on taking the necessary steps to protect New Yorkers. Our 3-pronged approach will tackle the rise in crime while also ensuring all New Yorkers, no matter their race or background, are treated with dignity and respect." Let's think about that statement that she made. First of all, she's admitting that all the other gun initiatives that have been produced by New York State over the last several decades, and in particular under the disgraced Governor Andrew Cuomo's run, failed. None of them have worked. She's admitting that because crime has been increasing. She's also admitted in that statement, de facto, that defunding the police has failed. It failed in New York State just as it has failed in every other city and state that it has been tried in. That's what she has said. Very carefully worded, I give her that, but it failed, and she admits it. And she says that she has a 3-pronged approach that will stop the rise in crime. Her answer to crime can be resolved in just 3 things. That's all it takes. She just needs to do 3 things, and she can fix the problem, which I think is an oversimplification of the problem. But when she says our 3-pronged approach will tackle the rise of crime, she's saying you just need to do 3 things, and that will fix crime in New York State. And she goes on to say, no matter the race or background, well, when there are laws what laws is she thinking of that would be specific to someone's race? It's been a long time since 1950. In fact, this is 2021. That's 70 years ago. I'm pretty sure laws are no longer race specific. We've moved ahead of that. We've moved ahead of that a long time ago in my lifetime. So I'm pretty sure that was to be assumed. Let's look at what is she looking to do. Invest in public safety and fund state and local policing gun safety efforts. Well, that's a nice little statement. That's a nice headline of her first idea in the plan. Invest in public safety. What does that mean? Nothing. Really, that means nothing. It's an empty statement. Invest in public safety. Does that mean you're going to fix the bridges and the roads? because crumbling bridges and roads are a danger to the public. You're going to replace the water lines in many of the cities and cities across New York State, which are falling apart. We have that infrastructure problem. Infrastructure is a danger. Are you spending money on that? Because that's public safety. What is she talking about? That doesn't make any sense. So if you're going just by the headline is meaningless. Let's look at what she actually says. Governor Hochul will triple the state's gun violence intelligence resources by adding a team of analysts who process gun tracing data to the New York State Intelligence Center. So she's going to spend a bunch of money to hire a bunch of people to crunch data. Okay, don't know exactly how that's supposed to make anyone safer, but it does tell us where some of the money she's going to spend this year is going. Your taxes are going up. She's hiring new people to be able to crunch data, which in and of itself does nothing. Let's go on. Governor Hochul will also double the number of community stabilization units to 16, increasing the state police's ability to partner with local enforcement to combat community-specific crime problems. Well, you would think that means we need more state police. Or she's saying, because she doesn't believe in increasing the number of police, as her lieutenant governor is absolutely against. So instead of increasing the number of police, she's going to increase the burden already existing on our police departments, on the state police, increasing their burden and overworking them, as well as increasing the amount of overtime that they would need to do, which of course means that New York State has to spend more money, which means you need to pay more in taxes. Okay, so she's going to overwork our law enforcement and spend more money doing it. Fine. To support local law enforcement, Governor Hochul will increase the funding for the Gun-Involved Violence Elimination Program. That's a program whose report we often quote, and in fact, we had just shown you. Again, this is the GIVE report that she's speaking about. That shows us that all the efforts of gun control from 2013, from 2018, all the bills in between have failed in New York State. Definitively. They have definitively failed. She goes on to say, as well as increasing investments in New York's crime analysis centers, which collect and share criminal intelligence and data with local law enforcement. She's going to have more people crunching numbers. That's a redundancy. She's already said that. She's saying it again. Finally, New York State will establish crime gun intelligence centers in every region of New York State, helping state police effectively solve major crimes and disrupt interstate trafficking of illegal arms, which means she's going to have more number crunchers. So in 3 different ways, she said that she's going to increase the number of analysts looking at data, which may or may not provide some information, and that she's going to overburden the existing law enforcement and make them work harder for the same money with no extra personnel. Because if she was going to hire someone, she would have said that right there. In fact, she would have said it in any one of these 3 items that she's presented. She would say, we're going to hire more state police. She did not say that. She didn't say we're going to hire more local police or enable grants for local communities with high crime rates to be able to get more law enforcement to help to control crime in their area. No, she's not doing any of that. She just wants a report telling us how bad the crime is, which is pretty useless. She goes on to say something else, and I'm going to come back to that point in just a moment about how effective is it to be able to, in fact, let me go to it right now. She says she's going to track where guns are coming from, because this is a big problem. That's why we have more gun crime in 2020 and 2021. That's why more people are being shot and injured and killed in New York State today, because of illegal trafficking of guns. Okay, let's think about that. Because this is a report, and I want you to see it. This is the report from the U.S. Department of Justice, the DOJ, released on January 2019 with data from 2016, the most recent data that we have on and this is a survey of prison inmates. These are people who have been caught committing crimes with a firearm, any crime committed with a firearm. And speaking of those individuals who have been convicted and are in prison, looking at them and detailing clearly for all people to see exactly how did they get the guns that they were using. And that means we're going to table 5 of the data from the Department of Justice of the United States. And what we find out is that the criminals who used a firearm in any crime and they are now convicted of, only 10% actually bought a firearm. Whether it's at a gun shop, a pawn shop, there was virtually no one who did so at a flea market or a gun show. No, they got, of the people who went to a store and got a gun, which means that they had to go through the regular process that everyone has to go through to get a firearm, only 10% of them actually did that. That's almost no one. Minimal. In fact, what was the main source for criminals to be able to get a firearm? Off the street, underground market. These are illegal guns that are coming from off the street in an illegal market. These are guns that were not purchased legally, which means they may have been stolen, they may have been bought in a different state and sold to someone somewhere else. They were sold by gangs that came from overseas, like over in Mexico. They came into the United States because the United States government, gave them the guns in the first place. We're not sure. It is an unknown source. It was somewhere randomly by other criminals. But yet we're told that this is going to help stop crime because Governor Hochul is going to find out what state they come from, which doesn't help us find out where the criminals actually got them from. Oh, the guns came from Chicago in Illinois. Does that tell us which gang sold those guns? Does it tell which gang member sold those guns? What about the Crips in California or the Bloods in California? What if it came from a gang in, I don't know, Mississippi? Does that help us? If we find out that they're getting the guns from Mexico and being imported in along with illegal aliens that have an open door policy in New York State because it is a sanctuary city, does that help us? Does that resolve the problem? I think not. But let's go on. Create the Interstate Gun Tracing Consortium. While there have been previous efforts to track illegal guns, they were often concentrated to an individual city, like Chicago or Baltimore or Detroit. For a more holistic approach, holistic? We're using holistics in government? I think not. Governor Hochul will direct the state police to form an interstate gun tracing consortium to facilitate the exchange of intelligence between localities and neighboring states. The Interstate Stun Tracing Consortium would focus on real-time intelligence exchange and operational coordination targeting gun interdiction. In other words, she's going to crunch data and find out where the guns are coming from, which is exactly what she said in the first point. Finally, New York State will establish gun crime intelligence centers in every region of New York State, helping state police effectively solve major crimes and disrupt interstate trafficking of illegal arms. She's going to do exactly what we've already been doing, that she already said she's going to be doing. So her 3-part plan is actually, so far, 2 parts. Well, no, it is 3 parts. Let's be fair. It is 3 parts because she's also going to overwork and overburden the state police. So that's point 1. She's going to overburden the state police. Point 2, she's going to get a bunch of data crunchers to look at the data to try and find out where guns are coming from, which we have been doing already, which has not been effective. And she's going to raise your taxes to be able to do these two items. So she's done two things so far she's promised. Three things. Increase your taxes, have more people to do data that we already do that doesn't work, and she's going to increase the workload for the existing state police, which is a decreasing number because people are quitting because they don't want to work in New York State where they get blamed for everything. So that brings us to the third item. Okay, and in the third item, triple investment in community-based gun violence response. Let me read that again. Triple the investment, triple the amount of your tax dollars that she is going to spend on community-based gun violence response. Let's start off with the first thing. And I want to be very clear about this. That doesn't work. It does not work. Here we are. Look at the numbers from 2011 to 2020 and the current totals as of November in 2021. They do not work. In 2020, when we had a 74.5% increase in the number of shooting incidents involving injury, it does not work. In 2021, where we have increased that number even more, it does not work. It already exists, it's already being used, and it does not work. But she's going to spend more of your tax dollars, 3 times as much, to fund a program that does not work, but it makes progressives feel good. And that's the important thing, because it's an election year, and nothing gets votes like making your constituent base, your voting base, feel good. Make them feel like something's happening. Oh, I'm being taxed to death. Well, at least I can feel good because it's going to do something, right? They're doing something. Doesn't matter that what they're doing is ineffective and useless. Let me read the program itself. Appointed Governor Hochul will also invest in community-based prevention and response efforts that have been proven to curb gun violence. Even though the data, as I have just shown you, from New York State itself, shows that that doesn't work. And if we look at the FBI's unified crime data, doesn't work in California, doesn't work in Chicago, Baltimore, Detroit, it doesn't work. But let's go on. The major investment will expand hospital-based gun violence specialists to all 22 of New York State's trauma centers, expand the state's network of snug street outreach to Niagara Falls, Utica, and Schenectady, provide skills-based job readiness and work replacement training for at-risk youth involved in the state's violence interruption work, and launch a first-in-the-nation program to recruit and retain outreach workers. So that's a lot of gobbledygook. What does that actually mean? Besides the fact that we're going to triple down on something that hasn't worked definitively because the data shows us it's not working. Does not work in New York State. And they're not focusing on New York City, which has had the largest amount of crime increase of the counties and cities throughout New York State. No, she's going to Niagara Falls, Utica, and Schenectady. Could those counties be important for the 2022 election? That's for you to decide. But I want you to understand that's where she's targeting. And why only there? With 3 times the funding, don't you think that would be something that should be useful for the entire state? If this is such a vital item and this is so important, shouldn't we see that across the entire state, including New York City? You would think that would be the case. But no, this is a social experiment. And that experiment's only going to take place in Niagara Falls, in Utica, and Schenectady, which may or may not have a political backdrop to them, which would be involve the 2022 midterm elections. But the thing that really caught me in this is hospital-based gun violence specialists. What in the hell does that mean? What is a hospital-based gun violence specialist? Because that's really, really questioning. But I want to go on and mention, gun violence has increased dramatically throughout the nation and New York, which is because of the pandemic, which is a lie. That's a lie. It's about defunding the police, not the pandemic. From 2019 to 2020, gun-involved homicides in New York increased nearly 80%. In response, they're going to build upon significant investments and actions, expand a variety of initiatives, including state and local enforcement capabilities, partnering with New York City and neighboring states, additional resources for community-based programs to stop gun violence, strengthen safety. Well, there's something that's missing in this, which we had seen in her comments, as seen in Spectrum News, that she's also doing criminal justice, which she left out of her report. Because, well, I understand why she left it out. What we have seen is that when we have reformed the criminal bail, when we had bail reform, it failed. And what she's talking about in particular is pre-trial population. That's bail reform. That's what they're talking about, bail reform. And we see that the New York Police Department has already told us in March of 2020 that bail reform was a problem and one of the significant reasons for increased arrests in 6 different crime categories for the entire year that it was made available. Now, Human Rights Watch says, oh no, we don't have enough data for that. Well, when we look at other states that have done the same thing, the same kind of bail reform, in New Jersey, bail reform had no impact on reducing violent crime. In New Mexico, it had barely any effect. In Kentucky, there is no effect. So in 2 out of the 4 states that have done the bail reform with the excuse that this will reduce the crime that states see, 2 out of the 4 states say, no, it doesn't. Does not have an impact. In New York State, we increased crime. So in 3 out of the 4 states that have done it, we can say, no, it's not effective. It's not in the best interest of the public. It's actually a problem, which may explain why she's not mentioning bail reform in her 3 efforts to try and stop gun violence. Because bail reform doesn't stop crime. Definitively, it doesn't work. Not in New York State, not in the other states that it's been tried. And what we do see is, and what bail reform, and we say that bail reform has not worked, here is a recent January 7th, 3 days ago, we saw that a Cuban illegal alien in the United States was arrested on 28 felony fraud charges. 28 felony fraud charges, and was released. Justice Greenidge released this man, this illegal alien, on his own recognizance after being charged with 28 felony fraud charges because of bail reform. Because of bail reform. It fails. It doesn't work. And this is why New York State has made it very clear that there has been an increase in crime because of bail reform. But let's go back to the 3, well, not really 3, the plans that have come from Governor Hochul. We're going to track the guns, we're going to overwork the state police, and we're going to have hospital-based gun violence specialists. What are hospital-based gun violence specialists? When we look it up, it's the Health Alliance for Violence Intervention. It is the intervention. And I want you to understand what that is. It is
tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael fast roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Bass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the rough. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Oh, here we are, and thank you for joining us back here at No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is August 3rd. It is currently 5:17 p.m., and we are back, and I'm happy to be back with everybody. Looking forward to all of your comments, your chat, your super chat, your Rumble rants about any of the issues that are affecting all of us, whether in the United States or anywhere else in the world. We value you and your opinion. And I know that there are some 20,000 people, actually 30,000 people, who recently saw our channel for the first time this week. And I know that there's some additional 50 people who are now subscribed to the channel, and I appreciate and thank each and every one of you, whether you agree or disagree, that you took the time to help out this channel. And I tell you, it says something that even though we have more people watching the channel now who are now aware of the content, YouTube is showing this to fewer people than what we normally get every week. It's amazing to me. So please do like, share, and subscribe. Help us beat the algorithm, because YouTube is trying to shut down independent thought. They want you to only see and only hear approved messages because they have a political agenda in their mind. And that's sad, because that doesn't help anyone. This isn't about helping you. It's not about helping kids. It's not trying to stop kids from seeing porn. It is about controlling the way you think and the way that you speak so that they can control the way that you vote. That is the truth at the end of the day. Now, we're going to keep going. Now, earlier in the show, we have been talking, and again, I want you to understand the breaking news is that if you are in Southeast Asia, please be aware that Cambodia is currently saying that Thailand may be planning to reignite their conflict, their war, and that along the Cambodian-Thailand border, Thailand is telling their people to evacuate, which seems to indicate that Thailand is looking to reignite fighting. I guarantee you, most people have not heard about this. It is not a big deal. I think it is a big deal. And I do advise Americans in Cambodia, in Laos, in Thailand, in Southeast Asia, please always have your passport with you. Know multiple routes to the American embassy. Also know how to get to the British embassy, if at all possible. Because if you can't, for whatever reason, can't make it to the American embassy, get to the British. They're our ally. You have a reasonable chance of being able to get in there if you can't make it into the American embassy. Not a guarantee, but know multiple routes. Always have your passport with you, because we don't know what will happen next. And the news media isn't sharing this information with the public, and they should be. They should be making Americans aware about this because it could affect their lives and their businesses, but more importantly, their lives. And I guarantee you, if fighting does break out and the ceasefire does fall apart, they will then you're going to hear the news media talk about how Donald Trump is a failure, that he doesn't deserve the Nobel Peace Prize, that he can't create peace around the world. That will be the story that they will tell you about. They won't tell you to protect you ahead of time. They won't help the American people or anyone in the world. They don't care. But if it means that Trump looks bad, then they're going to tell you the story. It's too late at that point. It's very upsetting to me. And I want to make sure that that is known to you, that you are aware of this. Obviously, the news media has been very much more focused on Sydney Sweeney, and they're pushing that story out because it's an easy story. One, they're trying to say MAGA is evil and fascist because Sydney Sweeney is a fascist. Why? Because she's white, has blonde hair, which is dyed, and blue eyes. And so therefore, that means automatically she must be a fascist. She's 1930s Germany all over again. That makes no sense. And anyone who believes that is a fascist. Anyone who believes that is insane because it's stupid. It is absolutely stupid. But they're using that story because it hides the other stories that have been in the news that you should be talking about, that you should be aware of, like what's happening with Hamas and Israel right now. And Hamas is happy to starve their people to make a political point, which is exactly what Hamas has been doing for 18 months. And they don't care because it's about politics. It's not about the people. They don't care about them. They don't want you to think about the fact that NPR, PBS, and the CBP, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, would rather close their doors and serve 0 people rather than serve millions minus a couple thousand, that they won't shrink their size and downsize slightly to be able to continue to help people get emergency alerts and give educational information like Sesame Street and Electric Company and Nova. They would rather end it all rather than downsize because that hurts Trump. It makes MAGA look bad. And they want your sympathy so that they can get your vote. They want you to feel angry at Trump for losing Sesame Street when that's not necessary. They don't care. They don't care about your kids. They don't care about emergency alerts. They care about the politics that they're pushing. They care about propaganda and how you're going to vote in the 2026 midterm elections. That's what this is really about. And in talking about during the break, while I was walking my dog, you were able to see my conversation from 2022 about gun control in New York. And you've been hearing this across the nation. Same conversation that Kathy Hochul was having. We've been hearing from Gavin Newsom in California. We've been hearing it from Gretchen Whitmer and J.B. Pritzker and Josh Shapiro. We're hearing this in all the bluer than blue states. And they keep promising you they're going to pass one more law, and this time the criminals will obey. This time you will be safe. Even as they keep the borders open, even as illegal aliens come into America that are unvetted and often are criminals, and they are harming American citizens. But not once will they say, oh, maybe we should close the border. Maybe not once will they say, maybe we shouldn't be a sanctuary city or a sanctuary state. Not once will they say that they will help do what the American people want, which is mass deportations, to reduce the number of illegal aliens in America from 50 to 80 million down to something more manageable, 20 to 25 million. They won't even listen to that argument because it's about control, it's about power, and they don't care about you. Kathy Hochul didn't care about you. She passed in 2022, she put out these issues that were supposed to make you safe. They're supposed to save your life. They're going to prevent gun gun violence and illegal alien violence. That's what she said. Here's the reality. Monday, the day after Derek Perry did not get credit, did not get national attention for being a good guy with a gun. As we covered, as we put out in a short, as 20, 30,000 people were able to see, Derek Perry got zero attention, no acclaim. But every news media agency reported that a gunman, a crazed maniac, went into New York City with a firearm, killed 4 people, including a police officer and then himself. That they pushed out there. That news about that black man, that was something they were willing to tell you about a bad guy with a gun doing a bad thing because he was an insane, maniacal, vile, evil person. That story they tell. Why? Because now you're afraid. See, you weren't afraid if you heard the story about Derek Perry last week as we covered it live. You realized there's no reason to be afraid of Derek Perry, a black man with a gun. There's no reason to be afraid of a gun owner who is trained and is a reasonable human being. No reason to be afraid. He had a concealed carry permit as well. This is a responsible American citizen exercising his Second Amendment right. That's Derek Perry. Instead, every single news media organization started the week telling you about, oh my God, there's this crazy guy, a black guy, who had a gun and he killed people going after the NFL. And why was he going after the NFL? Well, the media said it's because CTE, he had a concussion. But some in the media said, no, it's because the NFL doesn't support Hamas. Believe whichever sources you want. Both were reported on Sunday and Monday. But the only story that got pushed out there is, well, he's just a crazy guy. He had a gun. We have to, and what did Kathy Hochul say? Her next idea, oh, well, we're going to pass another law. Kathy, you passed 3 laws in 2022 on top of the New York SAFE Act, on top of the red flag laws, on top of the 15,000, well, in New York State alone, at least 5,000 gun control laws that already exist. And you pass 3 more. And then you pass some more to stop concealed carry holders, even though that's illegal and the Supreme Court said you can't do it. And now you want to pass a national firearm ban. Why is the criminal going to listen? Why is the crazed maniac? In this case, it was a crazed maniac named Shane Tamura. Shane Tamura was an insane individual. Shane Tamura, he knew he was going to die. He didn't care. He did not care. He was planning. He killed himself. He self-deleted. He didn't care what the law was. He was never going to be punished by the law because he was a deranged maniac. He never expected to walk away from there. So you're not protecting anyone by saying, oh, you're going to be in trouble if we catch you with an illegal gun. He never expected to be caught. He was never going to pay the penalty. He was always going to die. And he knew that because he was going to do it to himself. So the law isn't protecting anyone. Kathy Hochul's statement said, well, we'll pass one more law and this time you'll be safe. She said that to you in 2022. Andrew Cuomo, the disgraced former governor and trying to be mayor of New York, he said that in 2013. They said it again in 2018. Now, it doesn't work. How often do we have to say gun control doesn't work? It has never worked anywhere in the country. People say, but Mike, how can you be so sure of it? I've been covering it for 20 years, publicly putting out the evidence, the documentation multiple times every year for 20 years. It doesn't work. It's lots of promises. It's lots of smoke being blown up your buttocks, but it's not real. It's not true. If any of this actually worked, you would hear the mainstream news media and every one of these politicians and the governors like Hochul and Newsom and Cuomo, and they'd all be coming out and saying, and here's the data. Here's the number of people whose lives were saved. But you're not hearing that. Did you know in 2013, President Obama had a study done, and he determined that every year, 3 million people are saved from violent crime because of a good guy with a gun, because they are a firearm owner and they are armed. 3 million people, many of them women, the majority, I believe, are women who are saved every year because they own firearms. And it's not the government that's saving them. Kathy Hochul isn't saving anyone. She isn't protecting anyone. And now she wants a national firearm ban because it's not her fault. It is her fault. It is her fault. You know what? It's illegal in New York State to have a bulletproof vest. This came from the Democrats. Democrats control New York politics. The state legislature, the assembly, the Senate, our state senator, and of course, our most of our congressmen and women are all Democrats. They made the environment we're in right now. Kathy Hochul helped to pass these laws that prevent you from defending yourself. You can't even own a passive self-defense, a bulletproof vest. It is a crime. It is illegal. Perhaps the police officer who is working in the Blackstone building in New York may have survived if he had a bulletproof vest. Maybe some of the other people killed by Shane Tamura on Monday might be alive today if Kathy Hochul and the Democrats didn't make it illegal to own a bulletproof vest. Now, does that mean they absolutely would be alive? No, I'm not saying that. I said maybe. I can tell you one thing for sure. Because they made it illegal to conceal carry, because they have made it illegal to have a passive self-defense in a bulletproof vest, these people are dead. Because they might have been alive if either of those things were true. What happens? How does every mass shooting, including the one in Manhattan, how do they always stop? Good guy with a gun, law enforcement with a gun, the bad guy kills himself. That's it. Oh, and the bad guy runs out of bullets. Those are the 4 ways that mass shootings always stop. The bad guy runs out of bullets. A good guy shows up with a gun. The law enforcement shows up with a gun. The bad guy kills themselves. They self-delete. That's it. Those are the 4 ways that mass shootings stop. They never stop because it's the law. And they suddenly go, oh my God, I'm in a gun-free zone. Let me put down the gun. I stop. I didn't realize I was in a gun-free zone. That never happens. They target gun-free zones. They don't stop because, well, Kathy Hochul said this is illegal. They never stop for that. They never say, oh, well, Gavin Newsom said this is a bad thing to do. I should stop. They don't stop because of that. It doesn't happen. But yet, the Democrats will come out time after time after time again and tell you, but I promise this time it will be different. This is what you hear from people who are abusive say this. This time it will be different. This time I will treat you better. This time I'll be nice. That's what abusers say. And that's what Kathy Hochul will say. That's what the Democratic Party is saying. Oh, this time the criminals will follow the law. By definition, they are criminals. They don't follow the law. They're not going to follow an extra law. The criminally insane, deranged individuals do not understand right or wrong. They don't care. They're not going to follow the law. And they haven't been. This incident, these people that died, it was preventable. And it isn't by stopping people from having a firearm. That stops no one. It is virtually illegal in New York State, in Chicago, in California to own a firearm. They have made it almost impossible for a law-abiding citizen to own a firearm. Right now, in New York City, there are dozens, if not hundreds, of citizens who have gone through all of the barricades, all the loopholes, all of the obstacles of New York State, and they qualified for a concealed carry permit. They qualified, did everything that New York State asked for, and they passed. And right now, they do not have their license, which has to be renewed every 2 years. They are being denied for at least a year and counting because their permit is sitting on the desk at New York Police Plaza. Police Plaza has hundreds of these permits in their possession, and they will not give it to the American citizens that went through all the loopholes so that they could be able to protect themselves from this maniac and others like them. Why? Why is the New York Police Department doing this? Why is this happening in New York City and New York State? Because according to New York City, according to the police department, they don't have paper to print the license. Record this, folks. Record this. Clip this part. New York City, which makes IDs for illegal aliens with no verification. They will print out, you're a legal alien. New York City will print you a license so that you can have identification. That is the same form that is used for getting aid, whether it's temporary assistance from New York City. It's the same cardboard little card. It's the same card as the New York pistol permit license. It's the same paper that they print them all on. And somehow the New York City Police Department do not have the paper that is being used right now to give an illegal alien an ID, and they're saying that you can't get it for a concealed carry. How many, even if there was one person who got killed, one person in the entire Blackstone building, in the offices of the NFL, in the offices of the Blackstone Company, if even one person might have had a concealed carry, might have had their firearm on them legally, they might have been able to stop this guy before he killed anyone else. And because New York City, because Kathy Hochul and Democrats don't like the Second Amendment, because they want you to be afraid, they want you to be dependent. Because of that, no one got their concealed carry, and possibly someone died. I can't confirm for sure. I'm speculating a little bit here. I'm being honest with you. I'm speculating. It is a fact that New York City's police department, that they are sitting on concealed carry licenses, that they are denying people their right to, and their licensed right to have a concealed carry weapon in New York City. That's a fact. That is indisputable. I can show you the email that I sent out to the New York Police Department asking about this. I can show you the evidence. It's not something that the New York Police Department is denying. By the way, the mainstream news media will not cover this story. I shared this news story and the evidence that I have for this story, and I gave it to the mainstream news media. They won't cover this. They won't tell the public that because of bureaucratic, democratic politics, people are being put into danger because they don't want you to realize those people could have been saved. Those people on Monday did not have to die. But Kathy Hochul and the Democrats let them die because they don't care. They don't care about you. They don't care about your safety. They care about power. And it makes them more powerful for you to be afraid and in danger and even to die rather than protect yourself like the Constitution allows. And I know there's a lot of people in my audience in New York, in California, around the world, they didn't know this. I know because, again, the mainstream media who have been given this information by me and others, I know there's more than one source that provided the evidence to the mainstream news media. They will not cover this story. They will not tell people about this. And that's evil. Oops, I just lost. Did I lose it? There it is. Let me see here. Joel has a comment. Joel says, Biden tried and Hochul is trying to claim that the 1994 assault weapon ban reduced crime. That is factually a lie. That is not correct. And there have been studies by Professor James Allen Fox out of Northeastern University. See, the left loves to have their titles. They like credential people. The fact that I have been looking at all the national data for 20 years, which technically would make me an expert at this, but they don't count that because I don't have a degree. Well, Professor James Allen Fox out of Northeastern University, he does have a degree, and he has done this data, and he has looked at that time period and 40 years, 4 decades of data. The assault weapons ban did not reduce crime. Did not. Let me give you another way to prove this. Not only can you look up the report by James Allen Fox, and I've covered this before, so you can look it up on my channel. I have the links in multiple videos over decades. But even if that's not good enough for you, then here's the real simple one. Occam's razor, the simplest answer on this. If the assault weapons ban reduced crime, why don't they quote the numbers? Every time that they use that, every time Hochul and Biden and the Democrats come out and say, well, the ban will work. Great. What are the numbers? What are the exact numbers? They won't show it to you. They won't tell you there are 732,000 machine gun owners in America, not assault weapons, which is a made up it's a made up word. There is no such thing as assault weapon. It's not true. That's not, whether it's a hammer or a rifle, there's no such thing as an assault hammer. There's no such thing as an assault rifle. It's stupid. It's made up. A Democrat in California in 1983 created the term assault rifle. That's a fact. They created that term. It didn't exist before because it's not real. It's not real. It just sounds good. It sounds scary. It makes Democrats who don't own guns, it scares them. It makes them afraid. It makes them vote Democrat. That's why they use that. There is no such thing. And when you look at all the data, you see the truth. They are not trying. They're not even trying to save you. They aren't. So Joel goes on to say, Biden tried, they claimed that the 1994 assault weapons ban reduced crime. Didn't. Arguing they need it back. It won't work. Criminals don't care. Neither do the criminally insane. So why is one more law going to make a difference? Let me go on. But it was from other factors, and the trend failed at the time. It actually was the number of mass shootings during the 10 years of the 1994 assault weapons ban, on average, was exactly the same as it was before and after. There was no statistical difference. In any one given year, the number of people who die because of an assault weapon, it goes up and down every year. It's never the same number, but it goes up and down. About 100 people a year die from 20 mass shootings a year. Yes, 20, not 2,000, not 500. There's only about 20 mass shootings a year, and about 100 people die in those mass shootings a year, give or take. Any one year, a little bit higher, a little bit lower. It's that they change the numbers. The news media play games with the numbers. It's like they say, well, it's a mass shooting if a gang gets into a shootout with another gang on a school or in a football field on a Sunday night. Well, that's a mass shooting, a school shooting. You don't have to question me. Ask Chat GPT. They'll tell you. They count a gang versus gang drug war on school property, like a football field, on a Sunday at night is considered a school mass shooting. That's how they get these numbers, that there's 500 or 2,000 mass shootings in America every year. It's a lie. The number's about 20, give or take. Any given year can be as high. You can see 25, 30, or you can see 15. It varies, but it's about 20. That's the reality. That is the actual reality. That's how many mass shootings, and that includes school shootings, that happen in America every year. That's it. Joe makes a great point. And last week, the guy in Michigan, he used an assault knife. That's right. It was an assault knife. It wasn't just a knife. It was an assault knife that he used to stab 11 people, because criminals don't care. They don't follow the law. There are laws against stabbing people. There are laws on what's a legal and illegal knife. Didn't stop him, did it? No, it didn't. Because laws don't stop criminals. They punish criminals when we let the law punish them. But these very same Democrats, these very same progressives, Ilhan Omar and her ilk, they don't want the law to apply. If you're black, if you're Hispanic, if you're a woman, well, then the law doesn't apply to you, or it applies at a much lower rate because you're a minority. So it can't be the same for you as it is for someone else. That's racist. That's sexist. It's immoral, and it doesn't work. Again, if any of this worked, they would give you the data. They would shut me up in a heartbeat and go, here's the numbers. But I know the numbers. I review the numbers 3 or 4 times a year. And I do videos and shows on it consistently throughout the year. Every year for 20 years. I show you the data. I show you the numbers on a regular basis. They won't do that because it doesn't work, because it's about fear. And that's why you heard about Shane Tamura and you didn't hear about Derek Perry, because Perry was a hero and Shane is a vile maniac who deserves to burn in hell. And Democrats will raise money and they will get votes and they will be reelected because Shane Tamura killed 4 people that didn't need to die. That concealed carry license holders and bulletproof vests could have potentially saved everyone's life. But They don't want you to save your life. They don't care if you die. They care about whether or not they have power. If there is anyone who disagrees with me, please tell me why. I'm more than willing to go up to the challenge. I will debate this and have debated this at colleges, and I will go to any college across the country and have this debate. I will debate any elected official in America, local, state, federal level. Yes, congressmen. Yes, senators. I will be more than happy to debate this with you. I am more than happy to go over the numbers, and I can do it off the top of my head. I've been doing this long enough. I know the numbers that well. I will go anywhere, cover my airfare and my lodging. I'll go any college and debate this. They never say yes. They will never do this because they don't have any evidence. They have feelings. They feel like they're right. They feel like they're justified. You know what? They also feel like this woman doesn't have a right to use her body to take a photo in those jeans. They feel that this woman is racist because look at those jeans. Those jeans, that's obviously fascist. That's what their feelings are telling them. This is why they're losing elections, and they should be. This is why Democrats are around 33% approval. You may not like Trump. He's not telling you something stupid like this. He's not lying to your face. There's a lot of things you can say. That's not one of them. Republicans aren't doing that. MAGA isn't doing that. America First isn't doing that. Democrats are. Progressives are. They are endangering your life because they have a political gain at the end of the day. Okay. Yes, I know the camera's acting up. Not much I can do about that. And I know that my computer's acting up. I need a new computer. Costs $3,000. I have $3,000. I would love to have, please donate. Join the Patreon. It's $1.50 a month. We got almost 2,000 people who are subscribers. If every one of you join my Patreon with $1.50, I'd be able to get a brand new computer. Solve my problems. But you don't have to, but you could. It's $1.50. And it will be better than watching the Fantastic Four or Superman or Ironheart. You feel better. Absolutely. No matter what I'm covering, you will get more entertainment and information and more quality of life in this program than any of those shows. And it costs you nothing. Unless you want to go to Patreon, unless you want to go to PayPal, make a donation. You can do that if you want. Fantastic. Won't stop you. Please do. But there is no comparison. So again, I wanted to go over the New York. And that's why the Democrats wanted to talk about Sydney Sweeney. It's part of the reason why they're all talking about Sydney Sweeney. Because Trump got the tariffs are working. The deals are coming. Is it perfect? No. Is it communicated well? Absolutely not. Failure in communication, staggered, not organized, absolutely true. Perfect. You want to criticize that? Go right ahead. I would too. But they are happening. The deals are happening. The economy is not as wrecked as they want you to believe. And you could be safer. And it's the Democrats themselves and their policies that are making you unsafe. But speaking of Donald Trump, speaking of his policies and what he's done, let's talk about Donald Trump is an authoritarian. Is Donald Trump an authoritarian? The reason why they wanted to switch to Sydney Sweeney and to this story on Friday, they switched to Donald Trump is an authoritarian, is because gun control doesn't work, because their policies have failed. So they need to change the story, because Kamala Harris, no one wants her in any elected office anywhere in the country. And because Democrats have no leadership, they have no plan. They have nothing to offer the American people, which is why they're at 33% and dropping. They offer nothing. And they only succeed when you're terrified and afraid and give up. That's the only way that they maintain their power. So they said, and the mainstream media came out all over the place with this. They've been pushing this hard. And they're saying, well, Donald Trump, he fired a U.S. labor official over data and gets earlier than expected chance to reshape the Fed. Okay. So Donald Trump fired the woman in charge of the data for the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Fired her. Is that illegal? First and most important thing, is it illegal? Notice they don't mention, is it legal for the president to fire an employee? Because the answer is yes. So Trump hasn't committed a crime. And you can look at any news source you want. ABC, CBS, NBC, MSNBC, the New York Times, CNN, Reuters, Associated Press. Not one of them addresses the fact that it is 1,000% legal for Donald Trump to fire the office worker in charge of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. He has the right to fire her. Period. Full stop. This isn't authoritarian. It isn't Donald Trump assuming power that he doesn't have. He's not making up laws. It's like mass deportations. He didn't make up the law. The law already exists. He's enforcing the law. And the same thing about this employee, one person being fired. It is legal. He is enforcing the law. He has the right. Whether or not you like that is an entirely different question. Whether or not you think it's appropriate is an entirely different question. And you may say it wasn't appropriate or you don't like it. That's fine. Perfectly valid thing. That's your feeling. Is it legal? The answer is yes. First and foremost. So in trying to say that this is authoritarian, well, he's following the law. He's not abusing the law. He's following the law. So that doesn't sound very authoritarian to me. Okay. They go on to say, but there's no evidence. Does the president need evidence to fire someone? No. Also, is that legal? Yes. He doesn't need evidence to fire her. But there is evidence, by the way, that she is responsible for screwing up the data being put out by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And I will show you that. I have, by the way, just to prove my point, I want to show you, because that was Reuters, and here's the New York Times. Trump's efforts to control information echo an authoritarian playbook. In firing of the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics that collects employment statistics, the president underscored his tendency to suppress facts he doesn't like and promote his own version of reality. Notice they didn't say it was illegal. It's not. Can President Trump, can any president fire the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics? The answer is yes. Do they need to prove this person lied? No. They can fire them. That is perfectly legal. That is not authoritarian. That is within the power of the presidency. So the New York Times is giving you their feeling, not the facts. They're saying that Donald Trump has a tendency to suppress the facts. Well, no, because every news agency delights in telling us everything that Donald Trump doesn't want to say. Now, does Donald Trump, like any and every president, spin any news in their advantage? Of course they do. Obama, Bush, Biden, Clinton, Reagan, Bush, Nixon. I don't care which president you're talking about. Go through the history of presidents. They always spin the news in their favor. And it is the job of the news media to reveal that spin. But this isn't authoritarian. Every president has done this. Every president. And I will show you that evidence. I will show you that that's happened. This isn't new. So they're trying to, but they're not telling you this was illegal. It's not illegal. They don't like it. That's not liking it doesn't make it authoritarian. Not liking it doesn't make it illegal. They just don't like it. Well, that's your opinion. I don't care. I don't care about the opinion of the New York Times. They don't have to like it. Whether or not they like it has nothing to do with, is that good for America? Yet another question that needs to be answered. And their answer here is that it's bad for America because Trump doesn't want to hear bad news. No president does. No CEO does. No one wants to hear bad news. No one wants to hear bad news about their life or what they're responsible for. That doesn't mean you shouldn't tell them. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Just means they don't want to hear it. Again, that doesn't make you authoritarian. It doesn't make you evil. It doesn't make you bad. Hang on. So I want to show you when I say that this woman screwed up in the past, and so she deserves to be fired. This is from CNBC, and it was August 21st, 2024, almost a year ago, that the American people and the world were told that the Bureau of Labor Statistics lied to your face for a year. Let me say it again. The Bureau of Labor Statistics lied to the American people and the world for a year, at least. Not just kind of sort of got it wrong. They lied to you for an entire year. And then we got the data that nearly 1 million jobs, that they overreported employment. They made Biden and Democrats look good for a year. They lied to the American people saying that the economy was good. Remember how the news media was saying Bidenomics is great? You just don't understand. You heard all the Democrats come out. Bidenomics is working. You just don't understand. They lied to you. They were quoting numbers that were false. That the same person that Donald Trump just fired, she didn't do her job a year ago, possibly has never done her job correctly. And he alleged that she didn't do her job right now. Well, the evidence says, we know for a fact, a year ago, she made a year-long error that the department failed. And you didn't hear in this article from CNBC, you didn't hear the Democrats saying, oh, but we have to fire her. And you should wonder about that. Why didn't the Democrats want to fire this woman when she screwed up massively? She destroyed markets. She misled the public. This affected the United States economy negatively. This hurt us. This caused people to lose their jobs, to lose some of their support by the government aid. It made the economy worse. And she was not fired. Democrats would not fire her. Oh, you didn't remember that. You didn't hear that story a year ago? That even though the news media, they glossed right over it. I mean, they did report it and then they glossed over it and they ignored it because you have to vote for, well, at that point, you were voting for Kamala Harris instead of Joe Biden. But, Bidenomics was working. Kamala Harris, you got to vote for her. Democrats, good. Let's not talk about this. This isn't an important story. Move on. Move on. Kamala Harris will fix it. Oh, so you're not supposed to remember these things. I do. I do. So the person that Donald Trump fired has a history of manipulating the public for a political advantage and did so until she got caught. And when I say that, I mean a year ago. She didn't tell people the truth until she got caught. Then she told the truth. Then they came out with the revised numbers when economists were looking at this and brokers and people in finance said the numbers don't make sense. They're not adding up. Oh, well, it's because we gave you the wrong numbers. We lied. We lied to help Joe Biden and Democrats. And now that person has been fired. So, and the news that's coming out is, oh, well, stocks aren't going to be really affected because no one really cares. No one really cares. No one believed this woman because she lied. Because she lied to you. Now, the Democrats are trying to cover this up. And I'll show you what I mean. Again, I'm providing evidence. Links to everything I'm describing will be added at the end of the show in the description so that you can look at all these articles yourself. You can see these are all internationally credible news sources that I am using. So this isn't my opinion. These are the facts as reported by the credible news media. I'm just giving you my conclusion. You can make up your own mind. You can check the data for yourself. But Axios is busy here. And they're trying to make sure, well, Trump orders the firing of the BLS commissioner, but it's okay because revisions happen. It happens all the time. Yeah, it does happen all the time because the system is broken. And they do it both for Democrats and Republicans to help the administration that's in. You can make the case that the revisions under Bush, under Clinton, under Bush, under Obama, under Trump, under Biden, have been wrong in the advantage, most of the time, of the president. Sometimes in the advantage of the opponent of the president. Depends on which person's president. And so you will see a trend of data that will get revised just before an election. Happens all the time. The numbers come out just before the election, and they, funny enough, get revised after the election, and they look entirely different. Happens every year. Every election year. If it's a midterm, if it's a presidential, you'll always get a number in October. The September and October numbers will get revised normally in November, December, and they're entirely different numbers. And they'll tell you something completely different about the economy than whatever was being said just before the election. Happens every single time. They lie. They lie to help a political organization. Every election cycle. Happens every time. It's not new. Democrats do it. Republicans do it. So to say, oh, well, here's why the revisions happen. Because the system is old. It is unreliable. It is inaccurate. That's why that happens. That's not new news. We have known this for 40 years. 40 years. The system has never been accurate. Never. Not under Republicans, not under Democrats. Not when they first made it, not how it's being used today. But it has become more political decade after decade, year after year. That's the truth. It is more political today than when they first started using the numbers, when they first made the changes. That's a fact. So the question isn't why the data happens, why these false numbers get reported to the public. It's because of politics. It's to manipulate the markets, the financial markets, to make people buy or sell stocks at any given time, to invest in the American economy most of the time, to help force the Federal Reserve to either increase or lower rates. The Fed looks at these numbers and they say, well, the numbers are good, so I'll lower interest rates. Or the numbers are bad, so I'll increase interest rates. This is used to manipulate the economy. It is used to manipulate the financial markets. It's used to manipulate the American government and the American people. That is the fact. The mainstream news media doesn't want you to realize that. They don't want you to think about that. You're not supposed to understand that. Why does every president and every presidency and everyone who's been charged with BLS, why do they always get the numbers wrong? Because they're manipulating the financial markets. They're manipulating money. And in manipulating the money, they manipulate the interest rates. They manipulate you as the American citizen. That's why the numbers always change. And that is considered legal. Is it fair? No. Has nothing to do with fairness. Anyone who tells you it's not fair, it's not supposed to be fair. This isn't about fairness. It's about efficiency. It's about manipulation. It's not about fairness. But no one wants to tell you that because now you won't trust the government. You won't trust the data. And what have I always said? And this is just like when I talk about polling. Any one poll, you can always pull out a poll and say, this poll says X. And everyone goes, oh my God, that one poll said X. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. Because you can manipulate the question. You can manipulate who you're asking the question to. You can manipulate the questions that are being asked. It's not fair. What you need to see is the trend of the data. It's kind of like with gun control. It sounds fantastic. And on any one given month, gun control might sound like it's working. In any one given month, maybe in one given quarter. Hell, even in one given year, it might look like gun control has worked. But then look at the trend. Is it working over time? Has it been working over time? Is it generally wrong? That's the key. That's the thing we should be asking. What's the data trend telling us? But that's not how the markets work. That's not how interest rates work. That's not how they control you and they control finances in small business. That's the truth about it. But again, Axios is a known leftist, far left rag that is quasi-credible. They do make up their own data from time to time, it is alleged. So I don't trust them. And they have a very, very specific pro-Democrat, hate Republican, orange man bad spin to every story they've ever done. So, really. And again, even they will not show you in their article, in their bullet points, they will not mention this was illegal. Trump did what he was allowed to do. It is legal. He hasn't broken the law. He's not being an authoritarian. He's not making up the rules as he goes. Even Axios can't lie like that. They can't make it up. The fact is, Trump is legally doing what he needs to do. Now, I want you to remember, because they're saying this is authoritarian. Okay, so was it authoritarian when Barack Obama went to the public and said Fox News isn't real news? Now, they are a real news company. Whether you like them or not, I'm not talking about that. Again, I don't care if you like it or not. It's got nothing to do with like. It's, Are they a news agency? They're as credible, if not, Fox News is more credible than Axios. They're more credible than the Huffington Post or the Daily Kos or the Daily Beast. Fox News is more credible than a huge number of left-leaning news agencies. Whether you like them or not, doesn't matter. Whether you like their spin on the news or not, doesn't matter. They are credible. And obviously, Barack Obama didn't like their spin. And as this article in Newsweek from 2017 was talking about, Barack Obama went too far. And he tried to shut down and silence the news agencies. That's authoritarian. That's what dictators do. Now, I want to be very clear about that. You didn't see that under Bush. You didn't see that under Clinton. You didn't see that under Bush. You didn't see that under Reagan. You kind of almost saw it under Nixon, but not quite. Presidents don't get to silence news agencies. That's not what they're supposed to do. Now, they may have preferences on, there it goes. They may have preferences on which news agency they want to use. Okay, that happens. But the truth is, they don't get to silence them. Obama tried, as you can see from the Newsweek article here, because even Brian Stelter, CNN far left hack, absolutely, Brian Stelter, in my opinion, is a hack. He's not a journalist. He's not even a commentator. He's a hack. He is a political activist. And whether or not he's been on CNN doesn't matter. The fact that he's written for the New York Times doesn't matter. Brian Stelter is, in my opinion, a political hack. He is an activist. He is not a journalist. He's not a political commentator. But Brian Stelter, in 2009, in talking about the New York Times, was talking about President Obama going too far, that President Obama was being authoritarian. He didn't say authoritarian. He said he went too far. Well, that's being authoritarian. That's overbearing. That's creating brand new powers that the president does not have. That's not Donald Trump. Donald Trump hasn't done that. He will pick fun at CNN, MSNBC, all the news agencies, ABC in particular. He will attack them because they attack him, but he doesn't silence them. Even Jim Acosta didn't get shut down. Jim Acosta, he would often have arguments with him, but Donald Trump didn't fire him. Donald Trump didn't fire Stephen Colbert. Colbert's losing $40 million a year. $40 million. He's a net loss to CBS, a company that's going bankrupt, that has to sell itself to stay alive. They need to cost cut and correct. And unlike CPB, I got it right the first time, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, unlike NPR and PBS, CBS isn't shutting down. They're downsizing. They're reducing all of the news agencies, NBC, ABC, they're reducing their amount of bloat and waste and failure that they have. They're getting rid of the dead weight. One of the reasons why Brian Stelter got let go, because he's a failure. He lost them money. So they fired him. Same thing with Jim Acosta. Same thing with Joy Reid. They were losing money. It's not because Donald Trump did it. It's because they were failures. So you can't say that Donald Trump fighting with the news media, just like Obama did, just like, well, Biden would have if it wasn't, the news media was too busy trying to make you believe he was actually intelligent. But just like under Obama, just like under Clinton, just like under Bush, under Reagan, presidents fight with the news media. Donald Trump is a little more direct about it. He's a little less eloquent about it, but he's fighting with them. So if Obama wasn't authoritarian, why is Trump authoritarian? Oh, because the left doesn't like Donald Trump. But they liked Obama, even as Obama killed American citizens overseas without a trial. Yeah, they didn't care about that because they like Obama. They don't like Trump. All right. How about this? Because there's even more. Remember, and I just want to point out the hypocrisy that exists here. Remember this? This is from ABC News. ABC News, Channel 7, Chicago. Mayor Lightfoot, the then mayor of Chicago, said and actually did only take interviews from black reporters. She would only do black reporters and journalists were the only ones who were able to interview her. That's racist. That's blatantly racist. And it's authoritarian. Oh, but that's okay. It's okay. Why? Lori Lightfoot, well, she's a woman. She's a black woman. So it's okay because she's black. Obama did it. Well, it's okay because he was black. No, that's not how it works. That's not the truth. Those are authoritarian. That's an overreach of power. That is an abuse of power under Obama, under the Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot. And I'm just using those two as examples, very public, very widely known facts. So it's not a matter of dispute. It's not an opinion. It's not right or left. This happened. The mainstream news media reported it slightly. And they covered for this. They gave you tons of excuses for it. But it was wrong. It was abusive. And if we were being honest, it would be called authoritarian. If Donald Trump only took interviews from white reporters, that would be considered racist and authoritarian. But not for Lori Lightfoot, not for Barack Obama. If Donald Trump were to say, hell, he has said that ABC News they're fake news. He said that about a couple of stations. And no one, he got demonized. You can't say ABC News is fake. Well, Barack Obama said Fox is fake. Fox is as credible as ABC or NBC or CBS. How many reporters of the tens of thousands of employees, how many hundreds of employees at ABC, NBC, CBS have been fired for plagiarism and for making up their own news stories? How many hundreds, not a handful, not one or two, not dozens, hundreds. How many hundreds have been fired from those companies just in the last decade or so? Yeah, but they're credible. You're not seeing the same kind of numbers coming out of Fox, are you? No, you don't actually. But again, this is about bias. This isn't about what's true. Now, I went through all of that. I went through all of that information to make a point. I want to make sure that I made that point clear. I wanted to give you the evidence. Donald Trump firing the commissioner for the Bureau of Labor Statistics isn't authoritarian. And the reason why she got fired now, well, Trump's fed up with her. Every president, my good friend, Larry Sharp, who's a libertarian, yesterday, he had a AMA, Ask Me Anything, which is kind of like this show, but not quite. It's more, he gets more questions. People listen to me more. I don't know why. Sometimes people ask questions. I like it when you ask questions. He said that Trump looks authoritarian when he did this. So why didn't he do it in January? Because he would look authoritarian. There is no time that any president firing anybody in the Bureau of Labor Statistics doesn't look authoritarian. That's just a fact. And the media, if they don't like that president, will spin that news story as if it's authoritarian every single time. They don't care. This isn't about the truth. It's about the spin. It's about manipulating you. It's trying to make their story of Trump's an authoritarian They're trying to sell that to you because they want to manipulate you, because they want you to vote Democrat in the midterm elections. It's just that simple. Because Trump didn't do anything that isn't legal and isn't something that Obama and even mayors have done. It's just a fact. People may not like that, but I'm not here to talk to you about what you like. You can like anything you want. You're an adult. You're an intelligent human being. You're an American citizen. Believe what you want to believe. I'll never stop you. I'm not even going to try. I want you to believe whatever you want to believe. I want you to feel whatever you want to feel. You're a human being. I respect that. Whether you like what I say or not, absolutely. Tell me, like, I don't like it. Okay. But that's not what I'm going for. I'm going for what's efficient, what's effective, what's legal, what's good for our country, and what's bad. It is factually bad that we have someone who is consistently wrong in the data that they are providing to the American people, to the financial markets for the American economy. That is a problem. When we have someone who is so massively, consistently wrong for over a year, and when that error is something that we see that is manipulating elections, that is a person that needs to be let go. But every president, every administration is terrified because the answer is, well, you just don't like the numbers. Doesn't matter if I like the numbers. This person, notice, no one is actually saying that the numbers are correct or that she is doing her job correctly. No one's defending her on being accurate and good at her job. No one in the news media. In all the articles I showed you, no one is saying, oh, well, she deserves to keep her job because she's good at it, because she's doing an accurate job. They're saying Trump doesn't like the numbers. Yeah, but Trump may have a reason to not like the numbers. The American people have a reason not to like it. Forget about Trump. You and I, do you have a retirement account? Do you have an IRA? Are you invested in the stock market? If you have a retirement account, you are invested in the market. You have investments. Whether you realize it or not, your IRA is tied. Your company's IRA is tied to the stock market. You are involved in the finances of the United States. It matters to you that the economy does better, that stockbrokers and foreign investors trust the American economy. They trust the financial data that they get from the government. Because if they don't trust our government to give them accurate numbers, they will sell. The market will go down. Your investment will lose money. So it is in your best interest to have the most consistently honest person in that office, or at the very least, the most consistently lying person in that office, whichever it may be. If they're going to spin for everyone, spin all the time, and always spin in the same way. Or if they're going to do their job, tell the truth all the time, every time. One or the other. Either lie every day or tell the truth every day, but don't mix it up because of your political preferences. And she was lying because of politics. A year? They revise the numbers monthly. Every month, those numbers. So she may have got it wrong any 1 month. She revised a year of data. That is political. That's on purpose. And now we're seeing more revisions, which is going to mess up. Why? Trump got the trade deals. His economy is looking more stable than it has been. Now, I have said from day one, and you can go back, don't trust me, look back in our reviews, our commentary back in January and February. We told you there's going to be more unemployment. That is a fact. Unemployment is going to creep up throughout the entire year, and you're going to see most of it in the third quarter. September, October, you're going to see a big jump in unemployment. That is a fact. And people go, but Mike, how can you say it? Because Trump is shrinking the size of the government. Because the number of government workers is being reduced by about 30,000. So we have about 30,000 people who are going to be added to the unemployment rolls or to the those that don't count. They're being taken out of the workforce, and they're either going to be unemployed or they're not going to be counted. That's a fact. So that's going to affect things like the participation rate. It's going to affect things like the number of workers. It's going to affect the unemployment rate. That's a fact. It's not an opinion. It's not left or right. It's not good or bad for Trump. It is just the fact. Trump is shrinking the size of government, so you will see an increase in the unemployment rate. That is a fact. So we always knew the numbers were going to be getting worse, but the news media is trying to tell you that's because the economy is failing. No, it's not. They're not the same thing. One has nothing to do with the other. The fact that there are less government workers doesn't mean that Trump's plans have failed. Just because the unemployment rate is increasing as well as expected in the amount that has been expected. This isn't unusual. This isn't crazy. This is in the realm of normal. The normal unemployment rate is about 4.5%. That's normal. That's consistent with a good economy. Anything below that is a better than good economy. We're at 4.2. The economy is doing great. It's just that we got used to having an unemployment rate in the 3 percentiles under who? Under Trump. Trump got the unemployment rate to the lowest it's been in 70 years. And that's what we got used to. And we think that's the norm. That's the standard. No, it's not. What's happening right now, 4.2%, that is the norm. There's a difference between increasing from 3.9, 3.8% to 4.2 and going from 4.1 to 4.2. There's a big difference between those things. We should be able to understand that. Biden did the former, Trump did the latter. So they have to make Trump look bad. So they need to make the numbers look worse because Trump is getting the trade deals, and the trade deals are working like Trump said they would. This is all in an effort to get you to vote Democrat. You don't trust Trump. You don't like Trump. That's the message that they're telling you. Trump's an authoritarian. MAGA is evil. This is the message that they're trying to put into you every single day. And they've been doing that for a decade to make you vote Democrat. The problem is Democrats have nothing to offer. And there is no evidence of the horrendous, horrific collapse of the American economy or the American government. It's not happening. They promised you everything's going to end. You're going to lose all your freedoms. Black people will be slaves. Women will be tied to the kitchens, barefoot and pregnant. We're going to be in World War III. We've been promised all the devastation. None of it's happened. None of it. They said it would have already happened by now. Hasn't happened. None of it. So now they're saying, oh, but the economy's worse than we thought it would be. No, it's not. It's actually right about where we expected. And I'm not upset that she revised the number because the number was actually better than it should have been. And several economists, and this channel as well, had said, no, we should have seen an increase in the amount of unemployment because Trump has been shrinking the size of the government. It was delayed in part because of the Democrats froze the jobs and they went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, no, Trump can shrink the size of the government. Yes, that's what the American people wanted. That's what the American people voted for. And it is a power of the president. He can shrink the government. So he did. So the unemployment numbers should have been higher. I've said this on this channel. I said it since January. It's not new news. So I'm not surprised. The economy is not worse than we expected. It's about where we expected it to be. It's just that doesn't mean that hell is breaking loose and everyone's losing everything. That was never going to happen. That's just the promise the Democrats said so that you would vote Democrat, so that you would donate to the Democratic Party, so that you would donate to Democratic candidates and progressive candidates. They lied to your face. They're manipulating. Is there anyone on the left that wants to dispute this? Is there anyone on the left that wants to go through the actual data, the actual evidence, and argue this? Trump didn't do anything illegal. It's not an overreach of his power. Any president that did what he did would be demonized because you fired somebody who's in charge of numbers. They would always be accused. That's the spin. It would come from the right or the left. Doesn't matter. So that's not a fact in and of itself. The numbers are not as rosy as Trump would like. So what? It's the fact that she is unreliable at her job, consistently unreliable at her job in an excessive way. It's not like we're revising the numbers by 5,000 or 10,000 jobs. 250,000 jobs, 1 million jobs. She's massively, radically inefficient at her job, and that hurts the American economy because investors can't trust the numbers. Therefore, they can't trust the American economy. Therefore, the economy goes down. Your investments go down. People should be happy right now because this commissioner has been fired. Your IRA, your retirement account, is being protected. It is possible now that because this commissioner is being fired, finally the Fed that have false information, and by the way, the Fed should have known this too. The Fed has access to the same numbers and more. But the Fed now has more accurate information that says we should be lowering rates. We should have started lowering rates in April. The rate should have been lower since then, which is good for the American consumer. That means your credit card goes down, your mortgage goes down, your car payment goes down, your college loans go down. Small businesses can borrow more money. This is a good thing for America. We should be happy. Instead, the left is trying to tell you that Trump's an authoritarian and that it's bad for America. And factually, that's not correct. That's a lie. They're avoiding actually having a conversation about the realities that actually exist because it's not helpful to their political agenda. Again, they don't care about you. The left does not care about you. They don't care to protect you in terms of gun control. They don't care about protecting you in terms of television, entertainment, information. They don't care about protecting the economy. Bill Maher has said it. So are the economists right now. They care about political power. You are not a factor. Again, anyone on the left want to dispute me on this? Any elected official in America, local, state, federal. Do you want to dispute this? You want to go over the numbers? Oh, Mike, but you're not an economist. I was a stockbroker for a decade. I've been doing this for 20 years. I've been covering these numbers for 2 decades. Yeah, I'm a bit of an expert. Yes, I can have this debate. Am I an economist? No. Is that required? No. No, that's not required. I don't need to have a PhD and $1 million in debt to be able to tell you the obvious data that is in front of us and how that data affects the stock market, retirement accounts, the U.S. economy, foreign investments. It is one-to-one direct. It is easy to figure out. It is obvious if you think about it. The media, their main job is to make you not think about it. They want you to think about Trump. Is he being an authoritarian? That's what they want you to think about. There is no proof of that. There is no evidence of that whatsoever. Trump is acting in no way different than Obama or even mayors like Lori Lightfoot, like governors like Governor Hochul or Andrew Cuomo or Gavin Newsom. Not any different than any Democrat. He's acting exactly like the Democrats do. No different. No different than any other elected official in what he's capable of doing. If anything, Trump has been more restrained and has less abuse of power than most Democrats in his office or any elected office. He has been more law-abiding. He has been more enforcement of the law than any Democrat in high elected office. That doesn't make him perfect. Hey, I got something here. So we got a comment from Americua. I think that's how it's pronounced. Americua. I hope so. Americua says, I got 6.25% in 2004 and thought it was a great deal. Actually, it was. It was a good deal for the time because coming out of during the Obama administration, or actually ending the Bush administration, G.W. Bush, going into the Obama administration, we had higher interest rates. Interest rates were increasing. The historical average for interest rates, most people don't know this, historically over the last, and let me make sure I get, over the last 20 years, the historical average is 4.25%. Over the last 100 years, the number is 6%. That's where historically interest rates are. So if the American government, if the interest rates are between 6 and 4.25%, then we are in a historically normal economy. That is a normal range for interest rates to be. Most people don't know that. Look up the data. It's out there. That's the interest rates that are normal. And Trump, under Obama, the interest rates increased. And we were getting towards stagflation. And I believe we did enter into stagflation like we did under President Jimmy Carter. And I think that happened under the Obama administration as well. Underreported, but I think the financial evidence proves that, especially things like cash for clunkers and such. So having a 6.25 was a good rate, and historically is a good rate. Luckily, we've had, after the debacle of the Obama economy, we then had the Trump economy. And the Trump economy, remember, it was Barack Obama who said, what are you going to do? Wave a magical wand? You can't get more than 1.5% GDP growth. It's not possible because Obama is an academic, because Obama wants you to be afraid and dependent, because Obama is a progressive Democrat. And they need the public to be dependent and oppressed. They need slaves. That's how they keep power. And so having a underperforming economy and a GDP of about 1.5% or below is underperforming. And Obama said, no, that's the norm. It can't be better than that. It's not possible. Literally, Obama said to Trump, it's not possible to get 3%. It's not possible to get 2.5. He said, it's just impossible. It cannot happen. The news media doesn't like to remember that quote. They don't remind people that Obama said that. And then Trump got 3% growth. And we were reminded that the American economy can do better. And we did significantly. And that's why we got used to that. And we thought, well, that's the norm now. That's good. We wanted it to be there. And Biden came in with Bidenomics and screwed up everything that Trump was doing. Mind you, there were the lockdowns. That is a thing in and of itself. But even after the lockdown, the last 2 years of the Bidenomics did not work. Just didn't work. Did not help America. It's part of the reason why he got kicked out. That's why eggs were $12 each. Part of the reason why. Part of the reason. So it didn't work. And so rates have gone up. But it is purely political, America, that Powell did not lower rates as he should have, as we have seen under other presidents in the same position. Interest rates would have gone down. But that would make Trump look good. It would make people like you and me feel better. It would help the American people. It would make the markets better. Retirement accounts would be better. People would be able to better afford their car, their house. They'd be able to better afford their credit cards and what they buy with those credit cards. People would be better off. And since it would make people less dependent on the government, Democrats and progressives don't want that to happen. So Powell was using the numbers against Trump. And the numbers were being manipulated by the BLS to make things worse for Trump. And now it's worse for Trump to show that unemployment is increasing as we expected, as was obviously going to happen because the size of the government is shrinking. So they flipped it so it makes Trump look bad. It embarrasses him. So again, Democrats get to have more power. It's insidious at this point. Again, if anyone disagrees, I'm happy to hear the argument. What's the other side? What's the argument against what I'm saying? There isn't one. There isn't one. If there was an argument out there, I'd be happy to have that. I know I do this every day. I search for what the left is saying, and I look for their answers. And I've shown you. They won't tell you that Trump did something. They won't give you any facts. They'll tell you their opinion. They feel like Trump is an authoritarian. They feel like it's an abuse. No, the abuse was the fact that she failed at her job consistently, and it was political. And that's hurting the American people. Because of the failure of that one woman, the Bureau of Labor Statistics Commissioner, that is potentially going to harm the amount of foreign investment in the United States. That's going to hurt the stock market. That's going to hurt retirement accounts. No one on the left is telling you this. No one is walking you down this. These are the dominoes that fall. This is the financial reality, and no one wants to talk to you about it. Because then you might not trust Democrats, because you won't vote Democrat if you knew the truth. How the Democrats and the progressives are screwing you because it helps them win elections. And the reason why the left is silent is because they can't disprove what I am saying. They have no evidence to prove anything else. Here, let me go to something else. Okay, I think I've made my point on that. Let me ask you something, and I'll show you guys this. Here's the other proof that Trump is authoritarian. He's evil. He's manipulating the American people. He's making money. There it is. And this is from the BBC. So this is internationally, they're telling you. Internationally, they're saying the White House is going to unveil a plan for a $200 million ballroom. Trump it's a bribe. It's a bribe for Trump. What? It's a bribe for Trump? Are you serious? And people are saying that. You're seeing a lot of pundits. You're seeing a lot of politicians. They're saying, oh my God, but Trump's being bribed. That's a $200 million bribe for Donald Trump. Anyone who says that to you is an idiot. They have no idea what they're talking about. They know nothing about politics, and they are only saying that because they want you to vote Democrat and progressive. They know nothing. They're looking for eyeball clicks. They are absolutely stupid. I don't care who it is who says that. $200 million for the White House. That's not Trump's house. Trump doesn't own the White House. The American people do. That's for the government. This is an expansion. Mind you, every president does things. Some presidents have them install bowling alleys. Some have movie theaters that have been put in. They plant trees or they take down trees. Every president modifies the White House to an extent during their time. Happens every year, every administration, every president's done that. Not a big deal. Some people like the changes, some people don't like the changes, but the changes happen under each administration. Has been true for well over 100 years, not a new thing. So Trump saying that he wants to change the White House, first and foremost, is not authoritarian. It is not a takeover of our government. It is not a bribe. It is normal. First and foremost, it is normal. Second thing, Trump doesn't get this money. This isn't money going into the pocket of the president. This is money that doesn't touch Donald Trump or Donald Trump's businesses. Pure and simple. This is money that goes to the federal government. It is taxpayer money for the most part and donations. This isn't something that's going to be controlled by Donald Trump. This is controlled by the government. And this is money for the White House. When Trump leaves office, the White House will still be there. The ballroom will still be there. I don't know how people don't get this. And I know that the reason why some people don't get this, they don't want to understand this. They want to believe that Trump is taking a bribe. They want to believe in the corruption so that they can believe in Orange Man Bad, so that they can believe in ABC and CBS and NBC, so that they can believe the approved message from the political news agencies that have a political agenda. They have to believe this. They have to believe it's a bribe. Otherwise, it breaks everything they've been told, because what they're being told isn't true. And that changes their worldview. That changes their life. Oh my God, I've been lied to by the news media. Again. Not that you've been lied to by the news media, lied to again. $200 million plan. Now, the thing that I found interesting in this that you don't see in most of the news coverage, what you're not seeing is that, as highlighted by the BBC, Donald Trump repeatedly promised to build a, quote, beautiful, end quote, ballroom at the White House. And in 2016, he has said this historically, that he would build a ballroom for the White House. He said that for years. Then in 2016, Donald Trump offered to pay $100 million under the Barack Obama presidency. Under Obama, he was going to pay $100 million to build the ballroom. This is not about Trump. This is not about a bribe. This isn't new. Oh my God, it's a $200 million. Who's donating the money? Who are the donors? I don't care. I don't care. Maybe it's Saudi Arabia. Maybe it's Qatar. Could be England. Could be France. Well, no, it won't be France. Absolutely. Under Macron, it won't be France. It might be Germany. Could be, I don't know, Brazil. They don't have any money, but it could be. South Africa. They don't have any money, but it could be. But I can tell you who it isn't. Or rather, I can tell you what it is not. It's not a bribe. This isn't going into the pockets of Donald Trump. Now, someone will say, but Mike, you're telling me that there's no corruption? Sure there is. Everything that the government builds is corrupt. Everything that the United States government builds is corrupt. That's why nothing is built on time. That is why everything costs more money than whatever you're told. Remember the Obamacare website? $1 billion website. The most expensive website ever created in the history of mankind, and it was broken the day that it started. We spent so much. We wasted money on that. We were just throwing money at nothing. The Obamacare website, when it came out, was a complete and absolute failure for 6 months. We had to spend an extra, I believe it was $250 million extra to do emergency fixes to the Obamacare website just to make it minimally effective. Minimal. That's just to make it work, to barely get it to function. Complete, utter, absolute trash, waste of money. And no one really uses it. It's known, you don't hear anything about it. No one really uses it anymore. It was a complete waste of money. Complete, utter waste of money. But a lot of tech guys out in Silicon Valley, they made bank. They made tons of money, whether it's because they were consulting on how to design it, or they were building it, or they were fixing it after the fact because it's broken, and they got contract after contract after contract at the top rates you could possibly get, because government pays more money than anything else. Obama was burning money. Corruption, totally corrupt. Absolutely corrupt. I could have hand built a HTML website that would have worked better than the Obamacare website. Yes, I did know HTML. Still do. I know HTML. I can and have built websites by hand. Can be done. No coding, no Wix, no pre-made. I can literally work with the HTML, type it out, and write the program and create a website. I've done it before. I've done it for others. I've done it for myself. Can be done. Is it the most bells and whistles, beautiful thing you've ever seen? No. Am I up to date with all of the latest coding? No. But I can do it. I can make a functional website. I've done it. I can do it again. Just off of HTML. And some other, Java and some other scripts. But yeah, I can do it. And it won't cost nearly what the government would charge. But if I were to charge the government, oh my God, it costs $100,000 to just build a website. A website that'll cost me $2,000, I'll charge the government $100,000. Why? Corruption. Because there's a dozen other people who are going to get paid. A dozen other people will get paid out of this. And of course, unions, all the unions got to get paid too. So I'm not saying that a $200 million ballroom for the White House is not corrupt. It is. It is the same consistent corruption that we have seen in government under every president in my lifetime. We're talking about 60 years. I'm not 60, but 60 years, rounding off the numbers. 60 years. And I guarantee you it's even longer than that. We can definitely go back to FDR. Massive corruption. 1920s, 1930s. Massive corruption in America. Absolutely. And it hasn't ended. So yes, will some donors make extra money? Will they make, will they corruptly get paid? They'll get a kickback because they're a donor. Sure. That always happens. And what's new? How is that different? That happened under Obama. That happened under Biden and Clinton and every other president you can name. It happens under every single governor. Look at all the people surrounding Andrew Cuomo. Absolutely happens. Happens at the level of governors. It happens with mayors. Look at Mayor Eric Adams and his family who now work for the government. Yeah, this is not new corruption. So yeah, the corruption isn't new. It's not a bribe. And Trump doesn't get to keep it. He doesn't get to pick up the ballroom and take it with him. It stays, it's part of the American government. So, these aren't shocking things. So that's not an argument. Why is it a bad thing? I haven't heard. I'm still waiting to hear from the left. Where's the bad part of this? It's a bigger ballroom. It's able to hold 650 people versus the 200 that the White House is capable of holding now. That's better. Being 3 times larger is better for America. Having an up-to-date, well-made, beautifully put together architecture, that's good for America. This is good. So if Saudi Arabia wants to donate $25 million, do I care? No. That just means that Saudi Arabia wants to prove to America that they're an ally so they can get a better deal, maybe a better tariff, better trade deal. They want to be on good side of America. Fantastic. Let's take their 25 million. Qatar wants to put in 50 million to prove that they are on the side of America, that they're good guys, that America should like them. Fantastic. Take their money. Steve Jobs or Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates, take all their money. I don't care. I don't care who the money comes from. It doesn't matter. It's the same corruption that always happens. The government's going to still have the same union deals as always. It's still going to cost more money than whatever they promise us it's going to cost. They could say it's $200 million. It'll cost $400 million. They'll say it's going to be built by 2029. It'll be built in 2032. Doesn't matter. It always happens that way. And Trump won't be president in 2029, which is when it's expected to be built. And he definitely won't be president in 2032, when I think it will be built. So what's the point? Who cares? But it's corruption, Mike. It's Trump corruption. No, it's not. Don't lie to me. You're lying to yourself to lie to me. That's not true. There are plenty of legitimate arguments you can make against the Trump administration, against Donald Trump, about his ability to run the government. Plenty of arguments. This isn't one of them. This isn't proof of authoritarianism. It's not proof of a corruption. This isn't a bribe. And it's something that Trump was going to do anyway. He offered to do it. Shit, Obama could have done it in 2016 and gotten all the credit for it. Nope, didn't do it. Why? Because he didn't like Trump. He didn't want to give Trump the publicity. Trump got his own publicity. And America lost. We could have spent $100 billion instead of $200 billion. We could have had the same thing built and would have already had it by now, and it would already benefit the United States diplomatically, which means it helps us economically in making trade deals. It would have already been built, already been a benefit to America. It would have added to history. And hell, it would have been under maybe the Obama administration, maybe under the Biden administration. They would have had their history moment, could have done it already, and they said no, and now we have to pay more money. Waste of time. Waste of time. Again, any Democrats want to disagree, I'm happy to hear it. Let me hear your disagreement. Tell me how I'm wrong. Prove me wrong. All right, folks. Look, we've been on for 4.5 hours now, and I'm going to be ending in just a moment. Usually we go about 5 hours, plus minus. But my dog is ready to go back outside, and I don't mind. And then we covered pretty much everything I wanted to cover today. Yeah, I don't think there's really anything else. Yeah, there wasn't really any other news that I think is essential at this point. Let me say that as we are getting closer to August 13th, remember, YouTube wants to control you. They want to silence not just me, not just Republicans. They want to silence Larry Sharpe, the libertarian, and all the libertarian voices. They want to shut down Sabby Sabs. They want to shut down Lou Valentino. They want to shut down Kit Cabello. They want to shut down breaking points. They want to shut down any of the non-traditional approved media. They want to silence your voice. They want you to shut up. They want you to watch cat videos. And their algorithm is built so that they're going to try and push you towards entertainment rather than paying attention to the politics that affects your life every day. Rather than understanding that, hey, there's a war that might be happening in Thailand. This could affect me, my family, my friends. It could affect the U.S. economy. It has impact. And they don't want you to think about that. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. We'll tell you when it's Trump's fault, then we'll tell you. You don't need to know about it ahead of time. This is what they're gearing up to do because it will help them get their political agenda passed in 2026, and they hope in 2028. They only want power. They don't care about you at all. Kathy Hochul, we need a national gun ban. There's 22,000 gun laws. The very things you said in 2022 that were supposed to prevent the mass shooting that happened last week didn't work. Why do I have any confidence that it's going to work in the future? Everything you've said about gun control, all the Democrats, all the anti-Second Amendment people, nothing they have said has been true. Nothing they have done has worked. But I can tell you that bulletproof vests have saved lives. I can tell you that a good guy with a gun like Derek Perry saves lives. I can prove that. They can't prove that they're saving lives. I can. The Second Amendment saves lives. I can prove that. And I have proven that on this channel. They can't prove the opposite. But yet we're the bad guys. This is why they want to silence us. I know. No. So this is why it's so important that you like, share, subscribe. We're trying to get to 5,000 subscribers. Not a miracle number. I think we should be at 50,000. I think we're being suppressed and held back. Absolutely. But I will be happy with we get to 5,000 subscribers. We'll see what we can do from there. Let's try and get in. Like, share, subscribe. It's free. It costs you nothing. And if you have an extra $1.50 a month, join my Patreon. It helps. Helps me buy a mug, which you can buy over at Zazzle. You can buy a mug like that or others that I have designed. Unique, original designs. I'm not like Disney. I don't copy. I made my own designs. These are unique and original for you. So you can go and get mugs there if you need to get something. It's not just, I'm going to give you money. Okay. Buy a mug. Buy a t-shirt. Buy a mouse pad. I've got designs with all kinds of stuff. That's a way to help and protect too. But if nothing else, just like, share, subscribe. And not just for me. Go to Larry Sharp. Go to Kit Cabello. Go to your favorite people, the people you listen to on a regular basis. Please like, share, and subscribe to them too, especially if you can do it before August 13th, because YouTube is trying to shut us all down. They want you to obey, and they want you to vote Democrat, and they don't care about you. They're not trying to protect you. They're trying to abuse you. All right, folks. With that said, I look forward to seeing any comments after the show. Give it about an hour. I will have links to everything I've talked about today in the comments so that you can see it for yourself and make up your own mind, because you are intelligent, you're an adult, and I believe in you. So I appreciate whether you've been here for 5 minutes or 5 hours. I appreciate you. I respect you. I thank you for being here. Please look for more of our content throughout the rest of the week, and I will talk to you again very, very soon.